I never thought the night shift would feel this heavy. When I signed up for patrol, I thought it would be about keeping the streets safe, writing reports, maybe chasing down a drunk driver now and then. But that first night, alone in the station, it was like the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to slip. I remember walking through the empty halls, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, flickering once, twice, and then staying steady. The radio sat on the counter, wires tangled like some dark nest, the knobs worn from years of hands turning them. My trainer had told me to stay sharp, to treat every call seriously, no matter how small. I nodded, because what else can you do as a rookie? You listen, you follow the rules, you try not to make mistakes that will get someone hurt. The first hour passed with nothing, just the hum of the AC, the distant sound of cars on the street, the occasional clatter of metal trash can outside. I tried to focus on routine checks, on writing notes for my first shift log, but the silence started to creep under my skin, slow and cold. It's funny how quiet a building can get when you're the only one awake. Every creak sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind, rattling the window, sounded like someone breathing behind you. And then the radio crackled. At first, I thought it was just static, the usual hiss and pop you get when the channels aren't clear. But then I heard it again. A voice. Soft, almost swallowed by the static, but definitely human. Please help me. I froze. My hand hovered over the microphone, my heart hammering. I checked the channel. Wrong frequency. Nothing was supposed to be broadcasting there. The voice came again, clearer this time, closer. Someone, help me. Please don't leave me. I grabbed the radio, twisting the dial, checking every known channel. Nothing, just static. My own voice came out when I tried to speak, harsh and tight. This is dispatch. Can you identify yourself? Silence, and then a pause, then laughter, soft, low, like someone trying not to be heard. But it wasn't a normal laugh. It carried a weight, like someone laughing while trapped in a small, dark space. The hair on my arm stood up, my stomach churned. I wanted to tell myself it was a prank, someone messing with a rookie, but something in the tone of the voice, it wasn't joking. It was desperate, terrified, pleading. I tried calling it back again, switching channels, even trying the emergency line. Nothing. The voice would appear, soft and fleeting, like smoke curling to the radio waves, and then vanish before I could respond. I felt my pulse in my throat, my hands clammy on the counter. I wanted to leave, to walk out into the light of the street, where I could see things. But part of me was rooted there listening, trying to catch it again. It came back. Please, don't let them take me. I grabbed the headset, pressing it to my ear. My voice shook. Who is this? I whispered, almost afraid I'd scared away. No answer, just a faint static, a soft scratching, like nails across a wooden wall. And then a single word. Here. The word was inside my head more than over the radio, though it came through the speaker. My chest tightened. My eyes darted around the empty room. I wasn't alone, and yet there was nothing there. I wanted to move, to check the station, to see if someone had snuck in, but my legs wouldn't obey. I sat frozen, listening. The voice came again, this time closer, clearer, urgent. Please, hurry. It wasn't just a voice on a radio anymore. It was something alive, something in pain, something that shouldn't exist in a frequency meant for machines, for cars, for routine calls. I tried to explain it to myself. Maybe a transmission glitch, maybe a stray signal, but the way it sounded too human, too frantic, too real. The station clock ticked loudly. 2:17 a.m. The numbers glowed against the dark wall, and I realized the shift I thought would be slow and easy had turned into something I couldn't name. I reached for the logbook, tried to write, tried to anchor myself in the normalcy of routine, but my pen hovered over the page. Every time I put it down, I heard it again. Don't let them take me. The words echoed inside my skull now, and I realized they weren't coming from the radio anymore. At least, not entirely. It was like they were pressed against my eardrums from the inside, and I couldn't shake them off. I rubbed my temples, trying to tell myself I was imagining it, that I was exhausted. That being alone made the mind trick itself into hearing things. I checked the cameras, hoping to see someone. The hallways were empty. The entrance was locked. Nothing moved, but in the monitors, the lights flickered. One of the cameras in the corner. The feed glitched, a dark figure flickering in and out just at the edge of the frame. Every time I blinked, it was gone. My heart jumped. I leaned closer. It was impossible. Just a shadow. Or maybe something waiting. I could hear my own breathing, uneven, loud in the silence. The radio crackled again. Not a word this time. Just static. Then the faintest sound, a whisper beneath the static, almost brushing my ear. Please. I jerked back. My chair tipped slightly. I swallowed, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was someone in the parking lot. Maybe a prank. But the station doors were locked. The parking lot was empty. Nothing moved. And yet, that voice persisted. Closer now, in my mind in the room, like it had slipped through some unseen crack. I grabbed the radio again, desperate. Who are you? I managed to choke out. Silence. Then the faintest laugh, bitter and hollow, like someone clinging to sanity while it slipped through their fingers. My stomach dropped. The sound didn't feel right in a physical sense. It felt wrong, like it belonged somewhere else entirely. Not here. Not in this world. The voice came one last time, soft, trembling. Please don't leave me here alone. I froze. The weight of those words crushed me. I had never felt fear like this before. Not from chasing down criminals. Not from seeing a car crash on the freeway. Real, raw fear. Not fear for myself. Fear for someone else. Or something else. Someone trapped, calling out through a wall I didn't understand. The radio went dead after that. Just static, endless, cold. I slammed my hand against it, trying to call back, try to force it to speak. Nothing. I sat there for the rest of the night, listening. The hum of the lights, the soft whir of the AC, the occasional creak of the building settling. It was unbearable. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Not yet. Not while I knew that voice was still out there, somewhere, waiting for help that might never come. By the time morning came and the day's shift arrived, I barely remembered to stand up. The sunlight through the windows didn't comfort me. It made me feel exposed, like someone was still watching, waiting. I left the station that morning, heart pounding, mind spinning, and I couldn't shake the memory of the voice. It followed me into the day, into the quiet moments when I thought of the shift, whispering, pressing against my ears. I don't know who or what it was. I don't know if it was alive or lost or something else entirely. All I know is it exists, and the next time I take the night shift, I won't be alone, because whatever called me that night, it didn't stop with the radio, and I don't think it ever will. The call came through faint, almost swallowed by static, but I knew it, that same voice from the night before, desperate, trembling, raw. I could barely make out the words, but the urgency was unmistakable. It wasn't like any emergency call I'd dealt with before. It wasn't screaming. It wasn't chaos. It was quiet, terrifyingly quiet, like someone speaking from a locked room. I grabbed my coat and radio, heart thumping harder than usual. The streets were wet from earlier rain, slick under the patrol car's tires. Streetlights flickered along the avenue, orange halos cutting through mist curling around the curbs. There wasn't a single other car on the road, no sign of life at all. I adjusted the rear-view mirror and caught my own pale reflection. I didn't recognize the expression staring back at me. Tense, rigid, a quiet panic I hadn't felt before. The call led me into a neighborhood I didn't know well. The houses were old Victorian style, with peeling paint and shuttered windows. Porches sagged as if weighed down by years of neglect. And no lights on inside, not one. I slowed the car, scanning the street. Everything felt frozen, like time had stopped while the rest of the world went on without noticing. The kind of silence that presses into your ears and lungs at the same time. I stepped out of the car, boots splashing into puddles. The air smelled damp, faintly of mildew and old wood. Every step felt exaggerated, too loud, bouncing off the empty houses. I checked the radio again. The static was louder here, crackling as though the signal itself was afraid to cross into this place. Then, just beneath it, the voice. Please, please hurry. It wasn't far. I could hear it. I spun around, trying to pinpoint it. But the houses stretched endlessly, windows staring back at me like dark eyes. Shadows seemed to twitch at the edges of my vision, moving when I looked at them indirectly, disappearing when I tried to focus. A porch swing squeaked, though no wind moved it. I froze. I told myself it was nothing. Old houses, settling, shadows playing tricks. But my hands shook and my chest tightened. I moved forward anyway, toward a narrow street branching off the main road. The voice became clearer, stronger, urgent. I could make out words now, each syllable trembling through night air. Don't leave me here. The street was narrower, lined with identical houses. Doors were shut tight, curtains drawn, lawns overgrown. I felt like I'd stepped into a photograph that someone had left unfinished. Every detail frozen but wrong. One house had a porch light flickering weakly, barely enough to illuminate the creeping fog. I walked closer, boots crunching on broken leaves, and I thought I saw a figure in the window, a shadow that moved too quickly to be human. I stopped, holding my breath. The figure vanished. I took another step, another. Every house on the block felt alive in its stillness, waiting, watching. I kept telling myself I was imagining it, that stress and exhaustion were playing tricks. But the voice didn't lie. It was real, and it was near. I reached a corner where the street bent sharply. Ahead, the fog thickened, curling around a house that seemed bigger than the rest. The windows were dark, but I felt something inside, shifting just beyond my vision. My palms were sweaty on the patrol car door I'd been using as support. I tried to radio my location to get backup, but the transmission cut out mid-word. Static filled the speaker. I shook the radio, muttering curses under my breath. The voice whispered again, close now, right beside me. Please, don't leave me. I spun, heart hammering. Nothing, just a shadow falling across the street, darker than the night around it. My eyes strained, trying to follow it. I felt like I was being toyed with, led somewhere, and I hated it. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't leave. Not now. The houses on the street all seemed the same, yet subtly different. Doors that should have been closed were ajar by a fraction. Windows reflecting my own movement too late, like the neighborhood was breathing out of sync with reality. I took careful steps forward, boots squelching on wet leaves and debris. I could feel the eyes of the street on me, unblinking. Then I saw it, a porch with a rocking chair moving slowly back and forth. No wind. The creaking was rhythmic, hypnotic. My stomach turned. The voice was louder here, insistent, pressing into my chest. I climbed the steps, each one groaning beneath my weight. The door was slightly open. I reached for the knob, fingers trembling. The moment I touched it, a cold breeze hit me from inside, carrying a faint, coppery smell. Blood? I didn't know. I didn't care. My instinct screamed to run, but my body moved forward, drawn by the sound of the voice. Inside, the house smelled of dust and rot. Wallpaper peeled in long strips from the walls. Furniture sat in exact positions, untouched, frozen in time, as if whoever lived here had vanished mid-movement. The living room was empty, but the air itself felt thick, heavy, charged with something unseen. I called out, voice cracking. Hello? I'm here to help. No response, just silence. Then the faintest shuffle behind me. I turned. Nothing. Shadows lengthened across the walls, stretching, twisting as if alive. My chest tightened. I told myself I was seeing things. That exhaustion was making the night longer, stranger. But the voice, it came again, clear right beside my ear. Here. I whirled, but no one was there. My heart was pounding in my ears. I backed toward the door, but the street outside had changed. Houses seemed closer now, walls pressing in, windows staring down. The fog thickened. Shadows moved, writhing just at the edge of vision. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but my feet felt rooted. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and ragged. I stumbled to the living room, toward a staircase leading up. The voice followed me, echoing, growing desperate. Please, hurry, don't leave me. I reached the top step and froze. The hallway stretched impossibly long, longer than it should have been. Doors lined each side. Shadows pulled in corners, crawling slowly toward me. My radio slipped from my grasp and clattered on the floor, static filling the empty space. I bent down to grab it, and that's when I saw it. The last door at the end of the hallway, slightly open, with darkness spilling out like liquid. I approached it cautiously, each step a drumbeat in my skull. The air grew colder, heavy, suffocating. I could hear the faintest whispers overlapping, indistinct, as if the walls themselves were speaking. I reached the door, hand trembling, and peered inside. Nothing. Empty. Just a room like all the others, untouched, frozen. Yet the feeling of being watched was unbearable. I realized then the street, the houses, the shadows, none of it was real in the way I understood. It was a trap, a puzzle, something designed to lure me in, to keep me following, forever chasing a voice that might not belong anywhere in this world. I backed away, heart hammering, lungs burning. The voice rose again, louder now, pleading, "Please don't leave me here alone." I ran down the stairs, past the frozen furniture, out the door, into the street that now seemed endless, stretching far beyond what should be possible. The fog wrapped around me, shadows dancing at the corner of my vision. Every step I took was heavy, slow, and wrong, like the street itself resisted me leaving. And the voice followed, echoing down the endless avenues, calling for help that would never come. By the time I made it back to my patrol car, soaked and shivering, the neighborhood was silent again, empty, frozen, waiting. The voice was gone. The shadows vanished. And yet I knew I would hear it again. I would see the street again. And every time I closed my eyes, I would remember the way it felt to walk through a place that shouldn't exist. A place alive with absence, haunted by a voice I couldn't ignore. I drove away, tires splashing through puddles, headlights cutting through the fog. The radio remained dead, but in my chest, in the back of my mind, I could still hear it. The whispering, the pleading, the way the street had moved, just beyond what my eyes could see. And I knew I wasn't done with it. Not yet. I should have gone home after the last shift. I should have told myself that the streets, the houses, the voices, they were just tricks of exhaustion. But I didn't. I couldn't. Some part of me needed to know, needed to see what the hell was happening. The city was quiet, but not in a normal way. It was a waiting kind of quiet, like the world had taken a breath and refused to exhale. Streetlights flickered along the avenue as I drove, casting shadows that seemed too deliberate, too aware of my presence. I kept thinking about that voice, the way it called to me, pleading. My palms were slick on the wheel. My mind kept wandering to reflections, to the way I'd seen shapes in windows, fleeting, gone before I could focus. I parked near the old commercial district. Buildings abandoned years ago lined the street. Broken glass glittered faintly under the pale glow of the lamps. My footsteps crunched on littered pavement as I walked toward the center of the block. The air smelled faintly metallic, like rust and rain combined. A chill curled through me, slow and insidious. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing, just a building, just a shadow, just my nerves. I passed a row of windows, half covered in grime, half reflecting the night. That's when I saw it. Something that didn't belong. A figure, pale, faceless, standing behind me in the reflection. I spun around. Nothing. The street was empty. Just me. The fog curling around the streetlights. My breath came in short bursts, visible in the cold night air. I forced myself to keep walking, telling myself I was imagining it. But deep down, I knew it was an imagination. I reached an old storefront, its door hanging slightly off its hinges. I hesitated. The voice on my radio started again, soft, almost impossibly close, and my blood ran cold. Don't turn away. It sounded like me, my own voice, trembling, pleading. I grabbed the radio, pressing it to my ear, but there was nothing beyond static. Then, under the hiss, I heard myself again, whispering words I hadn't spoken, words I hadn't thought. Here, I'm here. I stumbled back, dropping the radio. My reflection in the window across the street flickered, like a frame from a broken film reel. My face twisted, moving independently, smiling when I wasn't, crying when I wasn't. I blinked. It was gone. The figure vanished. My pulse thundered in my ears. I told myself to calm down, to breathe, to be rational. But every step I took, every glance I stole at the dark windows, something moved just beyond my vision. Shadows, shapes, figures too quick to see, too slow to ignore. They felt alive, and they were aware of me, watching, waiting. The radio crackled again, louder this time, cutting through the night. And again, it wasn't just static. Whispers slithered through the speaker, mimicking my words, echoing my thoughts before I could form them. I could hear myself begging, trembling, saying things I hadn't said out loud. My stomach dropped. My hands shook. I moved forward, toward an alleyway that opened behind the store. The fog thickened there, curling around dumpsters and broken signs. My reflection in a shattered mirror, leaning against a brick wall, flickered again. This time, the figure was closer, taller, its movements jerky, unnatural. I could see its eyes, or the absence of them, staring right through me. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the rising panic. My radio vibrated in my pocket, and I pulled it out. More whispers. This time, not just mimicking me. They were telling me things I hadn't known, places I hadn't seen, memories I couldn't recall. I staggered back, pressing my palms in my eyes. And when I opened them, the figure was there, not in the reflection this time, in the alley, just at the edge of the fog, body tall and thin, movements gliding instead of walking. Its face, I couldn't see it. And somehow, that made it worse. I felt my heart trying to escape my chest. My legs wanted to run, but my feet were rooted to the pavement. I couldn't look away. The whispers from the radio grew louder, overlapping my own breathing. Come closer, so you see me. The sound was hypnotic, pulling me forward despite every instinct screaming at me to retreat. I took a step, then another. My reflection flickered in broken windows as I walked, showing the figure ahead, always at the edge, always just out of reach. I reached the alley and paused. The shadows swirled unnaturally, twisting, forming shapes that shouldn't exist. And yet, there was, watching, waiting. A cold breeze touched my neck, carrying the faintest whisper. It's okay, it's only me. I spun around, expecting someone to be there, but the street remained empty, silent except for the distant hum of city life I couldn't reach. The figure flickered in the corner of my eye, gone when I looked directly. I realized I couldn't trust my senses anymore. Not the reflections, not the shadows, not even my own voice. Everything was lying to me. I stumbled backward, hitting a trash can. My hand shook as I picked it up, trying to steady myself. The radio crackled violently now, a chorus of my own voice screaming, pleading, crying, overlapping with words I didn't remember saying. I dropped it, covered my ears, but the sound stayed, inside my head, vibrating through my skull, refusing to stop. Then silence. I opened my eyes. The alley was empty, the fog curling lazily. The shadows still moved, subtly, almost lazily, as if waiting for me to notice them again. My chest heaved, my legs quivering. I wanted to leave, to get in my car, to escape this street, this neighborhood, this whatever this was. I backed toward the main road, keeping my eyes on the fog, on the windows, on every reflective surface. The figure wasn't there, but something else was. Shapes, dark and fleeting, always at the edge of sight, always moving just as I turned my head. And every time I looked at the radio, it whispered again, my own voice carrying words that made no sense, memories I didn't have. I reached my patrol car, doors locked. I sat inside, breathing heavily, hands still shaking. The street outside seemed normal again, quiet, empty. Nothing moved. The buildings were just buildings, the windows just glass. But I knew better. I could still feel it, the watching, the presence hovering just beyond sight, just beyond understanding. The radio crackled one last time before I started the engine. Not words this time, just a faint, low hum like a heartbeat. But it wasn't mine. I swear it wasn't mine. I drove slowly away, headlights cutting through fog, mirrors catching shadows that didn't belong. Every now and then, I thought I saw it, A fleeting glimpse of pale, faceless skin, long limbs just out of focus, just disappearing before I could confirm it. By the time I returned to the station, dawn was breaking. Light spilled over the streets, golden and forgiving. I wanted to tell myself it was over, that the city had returned to normal, that the shadows, the whispers, the figures were gone. But I knew they weren't. I knew the reflections, the windows, the radio, they were still waiting, watching, learning, mimicking. And I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I couldn't ignore them. I couldn't forget. The glimpses, the whispers, they weren't random. They were invitations, or warnings. I didn't know which, but I knew that sooner or later I would see them again. And next time, they wouldn't just be at the edges of my vision. I thought the night would end when I got back to the station. I thought the shadows, the whispers, the glimpses of things that shouldn't exist would stay out there, lost somewhere in empty streets and abandoned alleys. But I was wrong. I should have known better. The drive back was quiet in a way that made every sound inside the car unbearable. Tires slicing through puddles, the low hum of the engine, my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. The fog lingered along the roadside, curling around streetlights, making them dimmer, almost sickly. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement just beyond the lights, just beyond the edge of the fog, but when I blinked, there was nothing. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I'd been tense all night. The calls, the empty streets, the reflections, the voices on the radio, they were all stress, fatigue, a rookie's imagination running wild. But the unease wouldn't leave. I could feel eyes on me, not from any person I could see, but from somewhere behind, always there, moving with me, just out of reach. When I pulled into the station parking lot, I expected relief. I expected the fluorescent lights, the hum of computers, the faint smell of coffee and disinfectant to ground me back in reality. But as I stepped out of the car, I felt it again. That presence. Heavy, patient, impossible to ignore. I tried to dismiss it, forcing a laugh I didn't feel. Get a grip, rookie, I muttered to myself. The station doors were locked. I swiped my card, the beep echoing unnaturally, long and hollow. Inside, the usual quiet awaited, too quiet, as if the building was holding its breath with me. I set my bag down, tried to log the night's events, but my hands shook too much to write. Every movement felt exaggerated, every shadow deeper than it should be. And then I noticed it, the first subtle hint that I wasn't alone. A mark on the office wall, not from paint, not from something I could explain. A long, thin line, impossibly deep, as if something had been pressed against the surface with pressure that shouldn't exist. It wasn't there this morning. I was sure of it. I hadn't seen it when I came in, and yet now it was impossible to ignore. I stepped closer, tracing the line with a finger, cold like metal, and then I saw it. The shape of a hand, elongated, pressed into the wall, fingers stretching unnaturally. My stomach twisted. My mind tried to reason, vandalism, prank, imagination, but none of it fit. The edges of the mark were too sharp, too precise, and I hadn't touched it. I had been alone, or so I thought. I turned slowly, scanning the office. Everything was in place, desks, chairs, monitors. Nothing moved, and yet I could feel it, that impossible weight, just beyond vision, settling in the corners of the room. I told myself to breathe, to stay rational. But the rational part of me was shrinking, being drowned by something older, deeper, and colder than fear itself. I reached for the radio on the desk, half expecting it to spring to life with those whispers again. Static at first, then faintly, a sound so close it made my skin crawl. My own voice low, trembling, saying words I hadn't spoken. Don't leave me. I spun around. The room was empty. I could see my own reflection in the dark screen of a computer monitor. But for a fraction of a second, it wasn't me. The eyes in the reflection were too black, too deep. The mouth stretched slightly too wide. And then it snapped back. Normal. Human. Mine. I pressed my palms to my face, trying to calm down. Maybe I'd reached some kind of breaking point. Maybe I'd finally gone insane. But the line on the wall, that mark wouldn't lie. That mark was real. and it hadn't been there when I left. I took a step back, heart hammering. The presence grew stronger. I could feel it now in the air, thick and viscous, like smoke or syrup, curling around my chest, my legs, my arms. It had been with me all night. I realized that the streets, the alleys, the empty houses, they hadn't been empty at all. I had been followed, watched, trapped in a pattern I hadn't understood until now. I tried to speak, but my voice caught. Instead, I whispered, almost to myself, almost to it. Who are you?" No answer, but the air shifted, a cold brush along my neck. I wanted to turn, to run, to grab anything and strike, but my body betrayed me. I could feel the shadows moving behind me, along the walls, along the ceiling, curling over surfaces always just out of reach. It wasn't physical, not in a way I could fight. It was something else, something patient, something that didn't need to move because I could feel it everywhere. I thought about calling someone, dispatch, a partner, anyone. But the moment I touched the phone, static filled the line, voices whispering in perfect imitation of my own. I recoiled, dropping it. The whispers didn't stop. They pressed against my ears, against my skull, shaping words I couldn't remember speaking. I sank into the chair behind my desk, trying to ground myself, to convince myself I was still human, still real. But the weight pressed on me, the impossibility of the mark, the presence in the shadows, the echo of my own voice from nowhere. All of it broke my sense of security. And then I noticed movement in the reflection of the office window. The parking lot outside looked empty, just faint fog curling under the streetlights. But something moved behind me, reflected in the glass. A shape impossibly thin, impossibly tall, gliding instead of walking. It wasn't solid, not really, but it had form and it had intent. I couldn't tear my eyes away. My chest burned. My mind screamed at me to turn, but I couldn't. The radio crackled again, low static turning into whispers. My own voice, my own words, repeated, twisted. "Here, don't leave." The room seemed to grow colder. I could see my breath. Faint clouds in the dim light. The shape in the window moved closer, though it wasn't moving in the physical world. It was in the reflection, but it had weight. It had presence. My skin crawled. My stomach twisted into knots. And yet it felt patient, waiting for me to understand. I stumbled back, hand brushing the wall. The mark, the handprint. It almost seemed to pulse, like the presence behind was aware I had noticed it. My mind tried to rationalize what paint, some prank, but my instinct screamed at me that none of it mattered. I wasn't alone. Not tonight. Not ever, it seemed. I sank to the floor, shaking, watching the reflection. The figure was still there, waiting, not moving aggressively, not attacking, just observing. Its faceless head tilted slightly, as if studying me. I could feel its patience, its indifference, and that was worse than fear. Fear as an end. This patience? Endless. Immortal. I could feel it in my chest, pressing down, cold and solid, a weight I couldn't lift. The whispers came again, overlapping, shaping themselves into words I hadn't thought, hadn't spoken. Always with you. I pressed my hands over my ears, shaking my head, rocking back and forth. My back hit the desk. The chair tipped slightly. My eyes never left the reflection. The shape tilted its head again, and for a moment, I thought I saw something almost like a smile, but wrong. Not human. Impossible. The radio went silent. The figure in the window remained. And the handprint on the wall seemed darker now, sharper, as if the presence had stepped through the impossible and left a trace behind. My legs shook beneath me. My lungs burned. I realized I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until I understood what had followed me. And I didn't understand. I spent the rest of the night in that chair, eyes locked on the reflection, radio silent, but my own voice whispering in my mind. Every creak of the building, every flicker of the lights, every shadow that moved just at the corner of vision reminded me I wasn't alone. I never had been. And whatever had followed me back to the station, whatever left that mark on the wall, wasn't done. By morning, I was exhausted, hollow, my hands raw from gripping the desk. The station seemed normal again under daylight. Harmless almost. I wanted to tell myself it was over, that the shadows, the figure, the mark, they were gone. But I knew better. I could still feel it in the air, thick and patient, curling around the corners of the office. I could still feel its eyes, even without a face. And I knew one terrible truth. The night wasn't over. It would never be over. Not for me. Not while I remained here. Not while I carried what followed me. Patient, patient, waiting. I didn't know if it was a warning or a promise. All I knew was that I would see it again. And next time, the mark on the wall wouldn't be enough to prove it existed. It would be with me. Everywhere, in everything. I wasn't alone. Not tonight. Not ever. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Damp earth, old stone, decay curling into the air like it had been waiting for me. I parked at the edge of the cemetery, headlights cutting weakly through the fog that hugged the ground. I'd been called out here for trespassers, the usual stuff. Kids sneaking in, thrill seekers looking for a cheap scare. But something about this place felt wrong from the moment I arrived. The gates were old, wrought iron, rust streaking them like veins. They leaned slightly to one side, as if even the hinges were tired. I stepped out of the patrol car, boots crunching on gravel, and the metal groaned under my touch. I shoved at the gate, expecting it to resist. But before I could, it creaked open on its own, slow and deliberate. I froze. No wind, no one around. Just me, and the gate, moving like it had a mind of its own. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was just rust, just gravity, something perfectly natural. But the sound, the groan of metal stretching, complaining, settling, carried a weight, a tone that made my skin crawl. I stepped inside, radio at my side, flashlight cutting through the fog. The gravestones rose like jagged teeth in the ground, some cracked, some tilting, some swallowed by vines and weeds. Names worn smooth by rain and time stare at me, 1,000 small histories pressed into stone. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, the silence heavy, almost listening. The fog moved around me, curling against the tombstones, making familiar shapes look strange. I called out, voice echoing to the cemetery, harsh and brittle. Anyone here? Trespassers. Nothing, just the distant rustle of branches, and the soft splash of water somewhere I couldn't see. I started down the central path, careful with each step. My flashlight bounced across cracked stones, the beam trembling slightly in my hand. The more I walked, the more the feeling grew, like the cemetery itself was breathing, slow, patient, waiting for something. I rounded a corner and caught a movement at the edge of the fog. A shadow, maybe a person, maybe not. My heart jumped. I raised my radio, trying to sound calm. This is Officer Harper. Anyone here? No response. Just static, and then a faint whisper, almost too soft to hear. Leave. I spun, trying to pinpoint it, but nothing moved beyond the mist and stones. My throat tightened. I told myself it was a prank, maybe some kids hiding, trying to scare the patrol. But the voice, it didn't sound human. It was warped, stretched, almost coming from inside my head rather than outside. I pressed forward, following the path deeper into the cemetery. The gravestones seemed to lean toward me as I walked, shadowed forms curling just beyond my vision. Every step echoed unnaturally, bouncing back at me in a way that made the air feel thicker. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting movement, but there was nothing. Just fog, just stone, just silence, until it wasn't. The whisper came again, closer this time. Don't! My flashlight flickered. My heart raced. I looked down at my radio. Dead. No static, no signal, nothing. My own breathing seemed deafening. Every inhale sharp, every exhale shaking. I moved toward an older section, where stones were crumbled and paths barely discernible. Something drew me there. A pull I couldn't name. I passed a row of gravestones, leaning so closely that they almost touched, almost forming a wall. Shadows shifted at the edges of my vision, curling around the bases of stones, moving like smoke. I stopped. Every instinct told me to turn back, but my legs betrayed me. They moved forward anyway. The air grew colder, more viscous, settling on my shoulders like liquid. My skin prickled, My flashlight beam caught the edge of a gate deeper in the cemetery, wrought iron black and twisted, and there, barely visible through the fog, a shape. Tall, thin, shrouded, motionless, watching. I froze. My stomach knotted, my palms slick with sweat. I told myself it was my imagination, but it moved just slightly, tilting, leaning. Not a person, not human, but aware, conscious, waiting. I whispered into my radio, voice shaking, barely audible. Officer Harper, anyone. Static cut me off mid-sentence. The shadow flickered, like it had understood me, and then vanished. My heart pounded, my throat dry. I tried to breathe normally, but the air seemed heavy, thick, pressing against my chest. I moved forward again, toward where I had seen the shadow last. The ground was uneven, roots and stones threatening to trip me. Fog wrapped around my legs, cold and damp. Every step felt like wading through something alive. My radio crackled once more. Just a faint hiss, then a whisper, clearer now. Here. I froze. My flashlight flickered violently, then stabilized. I scanned the area. Nothing. Just stones, fog, the path curling away from me. And yet, I felt it, not just the presence of the shadow, but the weight of it, settling into the night, pressing on my shoulders, guiding me deeper. I tried to backtrack, to leave, but the path seemed unfamiliar. Gravestones that I had passed before were now ahead of me, angled differently, closer. The fog thickened, swallowing the light from my flashlight. I realized that I had no idea where I was, though I had been walking straight. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, not my own. Behind me. I spun, flashlight swinging, but nothing was there. Only the mist, the gravestones, the same impossible silence. I wanted to run, but every instinct screamed that running wouldn't help. It was waiting, patient, unhurried. I whispered to myself, almost a prayer, almost a warning. Just a prank, just a shadow, just a sudden gust of wind slammed the gates shut behind me, the metal scream that echoed through the cemetery. I jumped, heart racing. My flashlight flickered again, and when it stabilized, the shadow was gone. I thought I was safe, that maybe I had imagined it all. I turned, trying to find a path back, trying to find a patrol car, but the fog had shifted. The gates were further away than they should have been, twisted, unrecognizable. The path ahead was lined with stones I didn't remember, names I didn't recognize. My radio remained dead. My hand shook on the flashlight, the beam cutting only a narrow cone of light. Then I heard it again, unmistakable. Not a whisper this time, but a low, deliberate sound. Footsteps echoing mine, not matching, but following. I spun, flashlight swinging. The mist swallowed the figure instantly. Silence returned. My heart hammered, every nerve screaming. I took a cautious step forward, then another, trying to trace my own path. Every direction looked wrong, familiar but twisted. I reached the center of the cemetery, where an old stone cross leaned against the fog. I tried to climb over a fallen grave, and my flashlight caught something. Another mark, on the stone, faint but deliberate. A handprint? No, too long, too thin, stretched in a way that didn't belong. My stomach lurched. I stepped back, fumbled with my radio, praying for any signal. Nothing. The footsteps came again, closer, deliberate. I spun. Nothing. Fog. Stone. Silence. But I could feel it, its presence, patient, waiting, watching. I swallowed hard. My hands shook, my chest heaving. I took another step, then froze. The gates at the far edge of the cemetery, where I had entered, began to swing open slowly. No wind, no sound other than the metal scraping. Low, deliberate. I realized I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't been touched. And yet, I had never felt so closely observed. I made a decision then. I had to leave. I ran toward the gates, careful not to trip on roots or stones. The fog seemed to push back, curling around my legs, slowing me down. The figure didn't appear in front of me, but I could feel it gliding along the edges of my vision, always just out of reach. I reached the gates. The wind, or whatever it was, caught them, swinging them wide. I stumbled through, gasping. Behind me, the fog shifted, and I swear I saw the shadow again, watching, waiting, patient. Then the gate slammed shut. I didn't look back. I ran to my car, heart pounding, lungs burning, and once inside, locked the doors. Radio still dead, fog curling around the perimeter like smoke. My hands shook as I started the engine. I glanced in the rear view mirror. Nothing. The cemetery seemed like any other abandoned lot now. Still, silent, empty, but I knew better. That shadow hadn't left. It had just waited, and somewhere in the cemetery, under fog and stone, it still waited, patient, watching, waiting for the next person foolish enough to cross the gates. And I knew with a chill in my bones that I had seen only the beginning. I shouldn't have come back. I told myself that over and over as I drove to the cemetery again, headlights cutting through a thick fog that didn't seem to belong to this world. The air smelled damp and bitter, like wet stone and rotting leaves. The gates had stayed shut since last time, but they didn't feel like protection. They felt like an invitation. I parked to the edge of the gravel path and stepped out, boots sinking slightly into mud. The fog clung to my clothes, to my skin, and carried something else. A sound, faint, almost impossible to distinguish at first. Whispers. I froze, straining to hear. My pulse thudded in my ears. The sound was carried by the wind, soft but persistent, curling around gravestones and old trees, twisting through the mist. I tilted my head, trying to make out the words. I couldn't. Not yet. But the cadence, the desperate cadence, made my stomach knot. I stepped forward, flashlight cutting a narrow path through the fog. Gravestones rose like broken teeth, some leaning, some crumbling, some overgrown with weeds. Names carved deep, some faded beyond recognition, others still sharp. The whispers grew louder, riding the wind like it had a purpose. And then I saw them. Names. I stopped dead. The first gravestone I passed was familiar. My breath hitched. I bent down, reading slowly. Jessica Tanner. The name matched a missing person report I had seen just days ago. My hand shook, brushing moss aside. I looked around. Another stone. Ethan Cole. Another Marissa Hale. Names I knew from the dispatch board. People whose disappearances had been recent, unexplained. I backed up, trying to shake the disbelief. Graveyards of old names, old families, old tragedies. But these names, they were too recent, too real. My radio was silent, dead as it had been before, and the whispers had grown, curling around me, wrapping me in sound I couldn't escape. I turned, sweeping the flashlight across the stones. Shadows twisted, elongating in ways that made no sense. The fog moved unnaturally, almost as if it were breathing. I could feel eyes, though I couldn't see them, tracking me, following my every move. My chest tightened, my hands shook. Stay calm, I muttered to myself. Just names, coincidence. Just shadows. The whispers were louder now, not distinct words. Not yet, but the tone, pleading, urgent, sorrowful, cut through the cold night air. They seemed to drift from one gravestone to another, moving with a rhythm that made my skin crawl. I couldn't look away. I couldn't move faster. It was like walking through water, like the cemetery itself was slowing me down, forcing me to witness what I wasn't meant to see. I stepped closer to a group of stones, and the whispers coalesced into something I could almost understand. Help! Don't leave here. I froze. My flashlight wavered in my hand, and the beam fell on a stone that made my stomach turn. Daniel Rogers. I remembered Daniel's file. Missing for 3 days, no leads, no signs, nothing. And here he was, in stone in the ground, whispering to me through the wind. My mind screamed to run, to get out, but my legs moved forward anyway. Every step made the whispers clearer. Every stone seemed to hum with it, vibrating with voices that mimicked the missing people. Voices carrying their fear, their confusion, their pleading. I wanted to close my eyes. I wanted to cover my ears. But I couldn't. The fog swirled, thickening. Shapes moved at the edges of my vision, never fully formed, always slipping away the moment I tried to focus. Shadows draped over the gravestones like cloaks, stretching across the ground. curling around my feet. I stumbled. My flashlight swung wildly, catching glimpses of things that didn't belong. Figures half-formed, pale and thin, watching me with faceless intent. I forced myself to breathe, slow, controlled, logical, rational. None of it helped. The whispers were now close enough that I could feel the vibration in my chest, in my skull, pressing into my ears. I bent down to one stone, brushing moss aside. Hannah Price, another recent case. My stomach churned. My hand hovered over the stone, but I didn't touch it. Some instinct told me if I did, something would happen I wasn't ready to face. The wind shifted, carrying the whispers past me in a swirl. And then one distinct voice cut through everything. Clear, desperate, pleading. Please help me. I spun, flashlight sweeping. Nothing. Just stones. Just fog. Just the wind. But the voice had been real. I knew it. My knees trembled, and I hugged myself, trying to ground myself. My radio remained dead. Static. Silence. No one to call. I stepped forward again. My mind reeled. The stones weren't arranged randomly. The names, the spacing, the way the whispers moved, they were deliberate. Someone or something wanted me to see, to hear, to witness. I reached a clearing where the oldest stones leaned in impossible angles. Names from decades past stared at me. The whispers were louder here, overlapping, layered, turning into a chorus that scraped at my mind. I stumbled back, holding my flashlight like a shield. One stone in particular caught my eye. Samuel Green. I had no memory of him, no reports, no missing person file. Yet the whispers here coalesced around that stone, urgent, fearful, demanding. The air grew colder. My breath came in shallow gasps. Shadows moved in the fog, more distinct now. Figures standing just beyond the light. They didn't approach. They moved like humans. But I could feel their attention, following, waiting, patient, deliberate. I stumbled forward again, almost blindly. My flashlight caught another stone. Caitlin Moore. The name from a report I had just filed this week. My stomach dropped. How many names? How many people? How many lives did this place hold? And why now? I wanted to leave. I wanted to turn and run the patrol car, to get out of this fog, this cemetery, this impossible place. But my legs felt rooted, like the ground itself had a grip on me. The whispers reached a crescendo, overlapping, urgent, pleading, incomprehensible but unmistakably human. And then silence. The fog shifted. The figures dissolved. The stones were just stones again. The wind carried nothing but the normal, bitter chill. My flashlight wavered, then steadied. My knees gave way, and I sank to the ground, gasping. I could feel the weight of what I had seen pressing down on me, even though the visual evidence had vanished. I tried to rationalize. Fatigue, imagination, stress, but I knew better. Those names, my cases, my missing persons reports, were real, and they were here, whispering, waiting, somehow impossibly present. I got up slowly, hands shaking. My radio stayed dead. My flashlight beam cut narrow paths through fog that felt thicker than before. I realized the cemetery had changed. The path I had taken seemed unfamiliar, though I had only been a few steps. Shadows curled differently. Stones leaned differently. The air itself seemed to pulse with a presence I couldn't see. I forced myself to take a deep breath, one step at a time. The whispers returned, faint, delicate, circling me. Names from reports I had just memorized, voices from the missing. I felt them pressing against my mind, demanding attention, claiming space, reminding me that this was no ordinary place. I reached the edge of the cemetery at last. The gates loomed ahead, familiar yet ominous, twisted in the fog. I didn't look back. I ran the last few steps, breathing hard, heart hammering, each footfall echoing in the night air. The moment I passed through the gates, the fog seemed to thin, the whispers fading like mist under sunlight. I got back to the patrol car, hands shaking so violently I struggled to grip the wheel. My chest burned. My mind reeled. What had I just witnessed? How many names had I seen? How many whispers had brushed against me, pressing into memory, into fear? I drove away slowly, headlights cutting through the thinning fog. I didn't speak. I didn't radio in. I couldn't. My voice would only betray me. And I couldn't shake the certainty that the cemetery wasn't done. That the whispers, the stones, the names, they were patient. They were waiting. And I would hear them again. I didn't know how many others had vanished, or how many more I would recognize if I returned. I didn't know if the voices were trapped souls, warnings, or something else entirely. But I knew one thing. The cemetery was alive in a way that made no sense, impossible, and it had noticed me. And I was no longer just an observer. I was part of it now. The cemetery hadn't felt right the night before, and returning tonight only confirmed it. I parked near the edge of the gravel path, headlights slicing weakly through the fog that seemed heavier here than anywhere else. The air smelled of damp earth and something sharper, metallic, lingering beneath the surface. I stepped out, boots crunching on the gravel, and felt it immediately. The quiet weight of waiting. The gates were still closed, but the fog shifted as if it had a mind of its own. I shouldn't have entered, but some part of me needed to see, needed to understand why the stones were whispering names I knew too well. I moved forward, flashlight cutting a thin path through the mist. Gravestones rose like jagged teeth, leaning and cracked, names fading into shadow. My heart hammered in my chest. Each step made the fog shift around me, and then I saw it. Shadows. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fog, a misalignment of light and stone, but they moved independently, detached from the gravestones. Slow, deliberate, stretching across the ground like black fingers reaching toward me. The hairs on my neck stood on end. My stomach twisted into knots. I froze. My flashlight trembled in my hands, and the beam wavered across the cemetery. Every shadow stretched further, curling around uneven stones, sliding over roots, reaching toward me with impossible intent. My pulse thudded deafeningly in my ears. Just shadows, just fog. I whispered, trying to calm my racing thoughts. But the cold pressing against my skin told me otherwise. Something was here, watching, waiting. The shadows shifted again, pooling in low areas, detaching fully from the stones, crawling toward me in a way that defied physics. I stepped back instinctively, and the nearest shadow slowed, hesitated, as if aware of my movement, then resumed. My flashlight caught glimpses of gravestones, and I realized the shadows were not random. They were drawn to me, moving with precision, selecting the path I walked. I swallowed hard. My breath came in ragged bursts. The fog grew thicker, curling around my legs, my boots sticking slightly to the wet earth. The whispers returned, faint and distant at first, overlapping with the sound of the shadows scraping across the ground. Names I recognized, Jessica Tanner, Ethan Cole, Marissa Hale, floated faintly in the fog. I tried to shake it off. They were just memories. Names I knew, nothing more. But the voices weren't memories. They were alive, pressing into my ears, shaping words I hadn't spoken. I moved forward, flashlight wavering, heart hammering. Each step seemed to stretch time, dragging me through fog that thickened like syrup. The shadows mirrored my path, detaching and flowing toward me. I stumbled on roots, the beam catching on something. Another gravestone, recently worn, the name freshly legible, Daniel Rogers. My stomach flipped, missing for 3 days. Now here, whispering through the fog, through the shadows. My hands shook. I wanted to leave, to turn back, but the path seemed to warp. The cemetery didn't feel the same as I had left it. Stones I had passed before were now ahead, crooked at impossible angles. The shadows stretched further, converging subtly as if forming corridors to guide me. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. My flashlight caught a movement to the side. Another shadow, tall, thin, faceless, sliding along the ground toward me. I froze. Its motion was unnatural, almost liquid, yet it had intent. I wanted to speak, to shout, to demand it stop, but my voice faltered. The whispers overlaid my thoughts, shaping my words before I could speak them aloud. Come closer. My legs moved of their own accord, pulled forward by something I couldn't resist. Every step made the shadows ahead stretch further, crawling along the fog, climbing over gravestones, filling the gaps between stones and mist with something dark, hungry, My chest tightened. My mind screamed to stop, but my body betrayed me. A stone tilted under my foot. My flashlight beam caught another name, Hannah Price, another recent missing person. My knees trembled, and I felt bile rise. The whispers overlapped now, voices echoing each other, voices mimicking my own thoughts, repeating fears I hadn't voiced aloud. I stumbled back, hitting a gravestone. Pain shot through my shoulder, but I barely registered it. My eyes darted around. The shadows had multiplied, stretching across the cemetery like liquid ink, reaching for every corner, sliding along paths I hadn't noticed, flowing under stones, around roots, toward me. The fog seemed to respond, swirling around the dark shapes, thickening with each movement. I tried to focus, to find the patrol path back, but it was gone. The cemetery had shifted. The stones leaned differently. The fog thickened unnaturally, and the shadows were everywhere. I was trapped in the web of black forms, moving independently yet deliberately, reaching, observing. The whispers grew louder. Names, voices, cries. They layered on top of one another, impossible to distinguish, yet each cut into my mind with intent. They weren't just echoes, they were awareness, consciousness pressing to the fog, bending the shadows, manipulating space itself. I stumbled forward again. My flashlight trembled wildly, casting fractured light across the gravestones. The shadows pulled closer, sliding across the ground, pulling around the bases of stones, curling at my feet. The whispers were clearer now. Help me. Don't leave here. I pressed my palms over my ears, rocking back and forth, trying to block it. But the shadows moved anyway, unaffected. One in particular detached fully from a cracked gravestone, reaching toward me with elongated limbs, sliding across the ground like ink spilled on water. I couldn't tear my eyes away. My flashlight flickered, then stabilized. The shadow hovered near me, impossibly thin, impossibly tall. It didn't have a face, but I could feel intent, awareness, patience. My stomach churned. I realized then the shadows weren't random. They weren't just manifestations. They were alive, moving, watching, learning. And I was their focus. I tried to retreat. One step back. Two. But the shadows mirrored me, detaching, stretching, always keeping pace. The whispers shaped themselves into words I recognized, my own voice overlapping with theirs, repeating my fears, twisting my thoughts. Don't leave, stay, watch. I stumbled backward, almost falling, my flashlight beam catching another gravestone. Caitlin Moore, another missing person. Fresh, recent, too real. I felt bile rise again, my legs weak. I wanted to leave, to run, but the cemetery had become a maze. The shadows guided me, corralling me like prey. The wind shifted suddenly. A chill brushed my neck. I spun, flashlight swinging, but there was nothing. Just fog, just shadows. But the sensation of watching was immediate, pressing down, suffocating. Every instinct screamed that I should run, yet I could barely lift my feet. I thought about calling it in, calling anyone anything. My radio crackled once, faint static, then silence. The shadows didn't pause. They followed, every step, every turn. I realized the whispers weren't coming from the wind. They weren't carried by air. They were coming from the shadows themselves, pressing into my ears, shaping my thoughts, guiding me, mocking me. I stumbled into a clearing, where the oldest stones leaned at impossible angles. Shadows pooled there like liquid, moving independently, crawling toward me from every side. Names whispered through the mist. Voices I knew, voices I remembered, voices I could not ignore. Samuel Green, Daniel Rogers, Hannah Price. My flashlight trembled. My legs quivered. Every instinct screamed to flee. But the shadows closed in, curling around my boots, stretching toward my chest, coiling around the fog itself. The air pressed on me, heavy and thick. I could feel the intent behind the darkness. Patient, watching, waiting. I sank to my knees. My breath came fast, shallow, ragged. The shadows flowed closer, sliding beneath stones, curling up roots, pooling along the mist. The whispers layered over each other. Voices I recognized, voices I couldn't place, voices that were mine and not mine all at once. I realized then I wasn't safe. Not tonight. Not ever. The shadows weren't random. They weren't harmless. They were aware, patient, intelligent, and I was their focus, their audience, their prey. I crawled backward, hands gripping dirt and roots, flashlight trembling. The shadows stretched toward me, curling over gravestones, pooling in the fog, reaching. I realized with a cold clarity that I would never leave this place unmarked, that the cemetery, the shadows, the whispers, they would follow me, learn me, wait. I forced myself to my feet. Step by step, I made my way toward the far edge, toward where the gate should be. The fog shifted, the shadows curling at my feet, sliding over roots, reaching. Names whispered around me, voices layered, twisting my own words, echoing fears I hadn't voiced aloud. The gates came into view at last. I ran the last few steps, the shadows stretching behind me, following, patient, deliberate. I didn't look back. My flashlight cut a narrow path, and the fog thinned just enough for the gates to appear solid. I passed through, heart hammering, lungs burning, chest tight. Behind me, the cemetery seemed calm again, silent and empty. But I knew better. The shadows hadn't left. They were patient. They were waiting, watching, learning. And one day, if I returned, they would greet me again, stretching from the stones, sliding to the fog, whispering names I knew too well. I drove away slowly, eyes on the rearview mirror, chest tight, mind racing. The cemetery disappeared behind me, but I could feel it in the shadows, in the fog, in the names that lingered in my thoughts. It was alive, patient, and it had noticed me. And I knew this was only the beginning. I shouldn't have come back. Not tonight. The cemetery had already shown me things that didn't make sense, whispered names that shouldn't have existed, shadows that moved with intent. And yet, something pulled me forward, a compulsion I couldn't ignore. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was guilt, or maybe it was just fear, testing how far I could go before breaking completely. The fog lay thick over the gravel path, curling around my boots, wrapping around the gravestones, making them loom larger than they should. My headlights cut weak arcs through it, but the light didn't feel like protection. It felt temporary, fragile. I stepped forward, flashlight in hand, and the beam shook in my grip. At first, I saw nothing, just fog, stones, the skeletal remains of trees casting black lines across the mist. I told myself to breathe, slow, steady, rational. Nothing here could hurt me. Not really. But then I saw them. Eyes. Glowing eyes, reflecting the beam of my flashlight. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of the light on wet stone or mist. But the beam passed again, and there they were, watching, silent, waiting. I froze. My breath hitched. The beam swung slightly, trying to catch them fully, and I realized the impossible truth. Each time the light blinked across the fog, the figures moved closer. Not slowly, not in a fluid motion, but in that surreal way that made no sense. Blink, closer, blink, closer still. My hands shook, my chest tightened. I whispered to myself, almost a prayer. It's just fog, just reflections, just shadows. But the fog itself seemed alive, curling, twisting around the gravestones and roots, guiding these figures closer. I could feel their awareness, even before I could see them. They weren't running, weren't attacking. They were patient, deliberate, observing, waiting. I swallowed hard and took another step forward. The crunch of gravel under my boots seemed deafening. My flashlight beam passed over a small group of stones, and the glowing eyes blinked again, closer than before. My stomach turned. I could feel intent behind the gaze, a weight pressing into my mind that made it difficult to think, difficult to breathe. I forced myself to move. Forward, past stones I hadn't seen before, names I didn't recognize. Or maybe I did. Maybe my mind had already started mixing the old with the new, the living with the lost. The fog twisted, curling around me like fingers, each breath tasting colder than the last. Another blink of my flashlight, and the eyes were closer still. The figures themselves were dark, almost featureless, silhouettes that merged with the fog. The closer they came, the more I noticed details that shouldn't exist. Limbs too long, heads tilted at impossible angles. No faces, but the eyes, always the eyes, glowing, unblinking, aware. I wanted to turn, to run back to patrol car, to the safety of my car's headlights, to somewhere solid, but the fog shifted. The path behind me looked unfamiliar. The cemetery had changed. I couldn't find the path back. Every gravestone, every shadow corner seemed to have moved. I was trapped. The whispers returned, faint at first, then layered, overlapping, echoing in my mind. Names I recognized, names I couldn't place. Pleas that cut through the air like knives. Help me, stay, don't leave. My chest tightened. The air seemed to press down on me, thick, viscous. Every step I took forward felt like wading through something alive. Blink, the eyes closer. Blink, closer still. I stumbled on a root. My flashlight swung wildly. For a moment, I thought I'd lost them, but the eyes didn't vanish. They lingered, patient, deliberate, aware of every micro-movement I made. I forced myself to breathe. Slow, deep, controlled, rational. None of it helped. I could feel the pressure of those eyes in the fog, shaping my thoughts, bending my will. And then one distinct voice rose above the whispers. Stay. I froze. My flashlight beam passed over a gravestone. Recent. Too recent. A name I knew from the missing persons reports. Ethan Cole. The glow from the fog reflected in something behind the stone. Something watching. Waiting. Blink of my light. Closer. Panic clawed at me. My legs felt rooted. I wanted to run, but every fiber of my body screamed that moving might draw attention, might trigger something I didn't understand. My hands shook violently. My grip on the flashlight was white-knuckled. Every thought echoed in my skull. Don't leave, Stace. I swallowed hard, forcing one shaky step forward. The fog seemed to pulse with every movement I made. Shadows stretched unnaturally around stones, curling at the edges of the light. Shapes emerged, dark and impossibly thin, almost flowing, but solid enough to cast movement in the fog. They didn't approach aggressively, didn't make noise. They simply observed. Patient, deliberate. Blink of my flashlight. Closer. Blink. Closer still. I realized I could feel their presence in the fog itself. The air wasn't just cold. It was alive, pressing against my skin, twisting around my clothes, crawling under my boots. The eyes followed me, glowing, unblinking. The whispers layered over my thoughts, shaping words I hadn't spoken aloud. Please don't leave. Another step forward. The beam of my flashlight caught a gravestone directly ahead. Marissa Hale. I recognized her file. Missing for 6 days. Now she was here, or at least her presence was. And I wasn't seeing her. I was seeing something else. Something wrong. Something patient. Watching. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. My flashlight beam spun wildly. The fog swirled around the glowing eyes, merging them with shadows, curling the light into impossible shapes. I could feel the intent of figures, pressing on me, guiding me forward, shaping the path. I pressed my palms to my face, rocking slightly, trying to block it out, but the eyes didn't leave. They waited, blinking slowly in sync with the faint flicker of my flashlight. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I realized, with a chill running through my spine, that the blinking wasn't random. It was deliberate, testing me, measuring me. Another step. The whispers surged, overlapping, voices from the living and the lost blending in impossible harmony. I couldn't tell whose voice was whose. Names, cries, warnings. Don't leave, Stace, help. My mind strained under the weight of it. My chest tightened so severely I thought I couldn't breathe. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I stumbled into a small clearing, where the oldest stones leaned and cracked at impossible angles. The fog was thickest here, curling around the bases of the stones like smoke. The glowing eyes multiplied, blinking in the fog, hovering, patient, deliberate. I could feel them pressing against my mind, watching me, studying me. I sank to my knees, gripping the flashlight with trembling hands. The figures were closer now, the fog pulsing around them. I realized with terror that there was nowhere left to go. Every step I might take forward or backward only drew me deeper into the gaze of those eyes. One of the shadows detached fully from a leaning stone, stretching toward me, elongated, thin, faceless. It moved like liquid ink across the fog. I couldn't look away. I could feel its awareness pressing into my skull, patient, deliberate, unhurried. I forced myself to my feet. Step by step, I moved toward what I hoped was the exit, toward where the gate should be. Each blink of my flashlight revealed eyes closer than before. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The fog swirled around my legs, curling over roots, over stones, stretching impossibly. Names whispered around me, voices twisting my own words into impossible patterns. I finally reached the gates. I didn't look back. The fog thinned just enough for me to pass through. Behind me, the cemetery seemed still, silent, empty, but I knew better. The eyes hadn't left. The figures hadn't gone. They were patient, waiting, learning, and if I returned, they would greet me again, closer, brighter, impossible. I drove away slowly, headlights cutting weak arcs through the dissipating mist. My chest burned, my hands shook, my mind raced. The glowing eyes, the blinking shadows, the whispers, they were alive in a way I couldn't understand, and they had noticed me. I knew with a cold certainty that I had only seen the beginning, and I wasn't ready for what would come next. I ran. I don't remember thinking, planning, or even deciding to. My legs moved of their own accord, pounding against gravel that seemed to stretch endlessly beneath my boots. The fog wrapped around me like living fingers, curling over my shoulders, around my neck, pressing in my chest. Every breath burned cold and sharp in my lungs. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. The cemetery had changed. The path I had taken before no longer existed. Stones leaned at impossible angles, the older ones almost grotesque, twisted in ways that made me feel dizzy just looking at them. The fog thickened with every step, swallowing the faint light of my flashlight. And then I realized there was no exit, no gates, no road, nothing but gray, curling mist and the relentless weight of the cemetery. I stumbled, barely catching myself on a leaning gravestone. Names glared at me from a moss-covered stone, familiar, recent, impossible. Jessica Tanner, Ethan Cole, Marissa Hale, the missing, the vanished. They were here, watching, waiting. I could feel in the air, pressing down, insisting I acknowledge their presence. And then the whispers started, faint at first, almost polite, almost hesitant, then louder, overlapping, layering into a chorus that pressed against my skull. Names, cries, warnings, pleas. They wrapped around my thoughts, threading themselves into my memory. I couldn't escape. I tried to shake my head, tried to drown them out, but the whispers only followed, persistent, patient, deliberate. I tried to scream. My voice cracked. The sound was swallowed by fog and silence. My flashlight beam cut across a row of stones, and I froze. Eyes, glowing, unblinking, reflecting the weak light, floating above the ground like they didn't belong anywhere. Blink, closer, blink, closer still. Figures, dark and shapeless, elongated, faceless, moving toward me with impossible intent. They weren't running, weren't attacking. They were patient. They were calculating. They were aware. I took a step back. The shadows mirrored me, detaching from stones, stretching across the fog, sliding like liquid over roots and earth, closer with every blink of the flashlight. My heart hammered in my chest. Every muscle in my body screamed to stop, to turn, to escape. But where could I go? The cemetery was endless. Another step. Gravel crunched underfoot. Fog shifted unnaturally, curling around me, as if to guide me deeper. The whispers surged, voices overlapping, layering, blending into impossible patterns. Some I recognized, some I didn't. Some were my own thoughts, spoken back to me, twisted, manipulated. Don't leave, stay still. I stumbled again, almost falling over a root, nearly smashing my flashlight against the ground. My hand shook violently, sweat running cold along my spine. I realized with terror, the fog, the cemetery, the shadows, they weren't passive. They were alive. They were aware. And I was their focus. The path I had thought I knew no longer existed. Every turn I took seemed to return me to the same clearing, where the oldest stones leaned impossibly, and the shadows pooled like ink in water. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I could feel them watching from all sides, their glowing eyes slicing to the fog, pressing into my mind, patient, deliberate. I tried to run, faster, pounding legs, lungs burning, chest tight. But the cemetery expanded with every step. Gravel stretched endlessly. The fog thickened into a wall I could barely see through. Names whispered from the stones. Hannah Price, Daniel Rogers, Caitlin Moore. Fresh, recent, impossible. Their voices layered on top of one another, molding themselves into my own thoughts, repeating my fears before I could even speak them aloud. I stumbled into a small clearing. My flashlight beam caught a figure. Tall, thin, impossibly black, faceless. Glowing eyes, unblinking, piercing through the fog, watching. I froze. My breath hitched. Blink of my flashlight. Closer. Blink. Closer still. The shadows pulled around it, merging, stretching, sliding across the ground. I wanted to turn, to run back, to find some solid ground, some exit, some reality, but the cemetery had no edges. The fog was a living wall. The shadows were patient, deliberate, aware of every micro-movement I made. And the whispers, the voices, pressing from all sides, shaping my thoughts, bending my will. Stay. The single word cut through the fog, through the whispers, through my own panicked thoughts. I staggered backward, flashlight shaking violently. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My knees buckled. I fell to the ground, palms gripping dirt and roots, desperate for some anchor, some sense of solid earth beneath me. The shadows didn't move aggressively. They didn't rush. They were deliberate, patient, following, watching, waiting. The glowing eyes blinked in time with the flicker of my flashlight, calculating, observing, measuring. And I realized they weren't random. They weren't passive. They were intelligent. They were alive in a way I couldn't comprehend. I tried to stand. One shaky step. Another. The fog swirled around my boots, curling like fingers, pushing me forward, deeper into the endless cemetery. Names whispered from every side. Voices layered on top of one another, merging with my own, twisting my thoughts. Don't leave, stay to help. I forced myself to focus on the faint light ahead. Something had to be there. Some hint of an exit, a gate, a road, anything. But the path stretched endlessly, the stones leaning impossibly, shadows pooling thicker, eyes blinking closer. I could feel them pressing into my mind, aware of my panic, aware of my fear. Another stumble, another step. The whispers surged, the figures attached fully from gravestones, stretching across the fog, sliding over roots, pooling beneath stones. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The cemetery had no edge, no gate, no exit. Only me, the fog, the shadows, and the whispers. I sank to my knees again, gripping the dirt, trying to breathe, trying to think. My chest heaved. My hands shook violently. The whispers pressed against my skull, molding thoughts I hadn't spoken aloud. My flashlight flickered, struggling to maintain its beam. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. But no sound came. Only the fog, the endless cemetery, the shadows, and the whispers pressing, layering, insistent. I forced myself to my feet. Step by step, I moved, barely registering the ground beneath me. The shadows followed, stretching impossibly, sliding, curling, patient. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The glowing eyes reflected the faint beam of my flashlight. Unblinking, aware, deliberate. I stumbled into another clearing. Names whispered around me, voices overlapping, layering into a chorus I could not escape. Samuel Green, Daniel Rogers, Hannah Price. Each name pressed into my mind, forming patterns I couldn't ignore. The shadows pooled, curling at my feet, around stones, reaching upward, stretching. I realized with absolute certainty, I was trapped, not physically, not with walls or fences, The cemetery itself had become alive, expanding, reshaping, aware of me, aware of my fear. The whispers, the shadows, the fog, they were patient, intelligent, waiting. I tried to find a path back. Step by step. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. Every step forward only drew me deeper, closer to the unseen observers, closer to the weight pressing into my mind. My chest burned. My legs trembled. My hands shook. My flashlight flickered violently, barely illuminating the fog, the gravestones, the shadows, the eyes. I fell again, hands gripping roots, dirt, anything. The whispers pressed in, molding my thoughts, shaping fears I hadn't yet thought, shaping panic before I could react. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I forced myself up, trembling violently. My flashlight cut a narrow arc through the fog. I moved forward, step by step, the cemetery stretching endlessly ahead, behind, all around. The shadows pooled, curling, sliding across the ground, stretching impossibly. The glowing eyes followed, unblinking, patient, aware. I realized then I had no exit. There would be no escape. The cemetery was alive. The fog was alive. The whispers were alive. And I was their focus. I stumbled, falling hard on my knees, shaking, gasping. The shadows gathered closer, pooling around my boots, crawling under stones, sliding over roots. The whispers layered, pressing into my skull, shaping my thoughts. Don't leave, stay, help. I could feel the cemetery around me, pressing, alive, endless. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The eyes of the shadows reflected my flashlight, measuring me, watching me, waiting. I realized with absolute certainty, I was trapped. The fog thickened. The whispers surged. The shadows stretched, reaching. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Only the cemetery, only the endless fog, only the patient, deliberate eyes, only the whispers. And I understood in that moment that I had gone one step too close. One step, and the cemetery had claimed me. The call came just after midnight. A silent alarm at the old Riverdale Mall. False alarm. Probably empty storefronts, peeling paint, dusty windows. But I was new on a night shift, eager to prove I belonged, eager to ignore that knot of unease I felt the moment I pulled onto the deserted parking lot. The fluorescent lights above the main entrance flickered weakly as I stepped out car. My boots crunched over scattered debris. Receipts, broken glass, a lone shopping cart tipped on its side. The cold night air smelled of rust, damp concrete, and something faintly sweet, rotting almost, hiding underneath it. I gripped my flashlight, the beam cutting a thin path through the darkness. The mall's automatic doors were dead, unresponsive, but the side emergency door gave way with a reluctant creak. That sound echoed through the empty halls, swallowed almost immediately by silence. At first, it was nothing, just empty corridors, benches covered in dust, abandoned kiosks with their metal shutters pulled down. I kept telling myself this was normal. Empty buildings make noise, shadows shift. Nothing could move on its own. But then I saw it, a mannequin, perfectly posed behind a shattered storefront window, its head tilted slightly, arms crossed, plastic eyes staring straight ahead. I swallowed hard. The mall had hundreds of these things, frozen in stage poses, but something about this one felt wrong. I stepped forward, flashlight sweeping across the display. Blink. I thought its head had turned. Just the angle. Blink. Closer now. The arms, crossed when I first saw them, now slightly apart. My pulse jumped. I shook my head, forcing a laugh. It's just plastic, just a mannequin. I moved on, heels echoing on cracked tiles. But the feeling stayed, like I was being watched, followed by dozens of unblinking eyes. The main corridor stretched ahead, broken tiles and abandoned stores fading into darkness. My flashlight beam caught another mannequin in a men's clothing store. It was leaning slightly slouched, head tilted toward me. I froze. It hadn't done that before. I was sure of it. I swallowed hard and took a step back. The mall's silence pressed in, almost tactile, heavy on my shoulders, chilling my spine. I told myself again, It's just mannequins. I was tired, jittery, imagining movement. I'd laugh about this tomorrow. I rounded the corner into the food court. Tables overturned, chairs scattered. A faint smell of stale fries and cleaning chemicals lingered, hanging in the air like a memory. My flashlight beam swept over the food court stands. Empty, but at the far end, near the abandoned fountain, a mannequin stood, unlit from any spotlight, half hidden in shadow. I blinked. It seemed closer than before. My stomach twisted. I forced myself to focus. Maybe it had been in the hallway when I first came in, a trick of the light. My flashlight trembled slightly as I raised it to sweep the figure. It blinked back, not literally, but the angle of its head, the tilt, the posture, it had changed. Closer, watching, waiting. My breath hitched. I forced a deep inhale, telling myself I was overreacting. A mannequin doesn't move. It can't. I moved forward cautiously, flashlight scanning every corner. The floor tiles cracked and uneven, my boots echoing. My flashlight beam caught the figure again. It was now just a few steps ahead, closer to the fountain. My heart hammered. My hand shook. A soft creak echoed from the far end of the food court. I froze, gripping my flashlight tighter. My eyes darted around. Empty. I shook my head. Just the building settling. Old wood, broken pipes. Nothing alive, but the feeling persisted. Something in the shadows. Waiting. Patient. Intent. I tried to move faster. Each step measured. The mannequin's head, had it turned again? It was facing me. I was certain of it now. Not forward. Not toward the fountain. Toward me. I rounded another corner. Flashlight swinging and froze. A whole group of mannequins, once perfectly posed behind glass, now stood scattered across the hall. Not random, but arranged as if they had been waiting for me. My chest tightened. My legs trembled. I forced myself to breathe, slow, measured. Don't panic. Just investigate. I stepped forward, beam cutting through the shadows. Blink. One of them closer. I swear it stepped forward. Plastic foot scraping lightly against tiles. My pulse raced. I wanted to call it in, call someone, but the radio in my belt was dead. Just static. Only static. I swallowed hard and moved down a narrow hallway. The air smelled musty, old, as if no one had been here for years. Yet something clung to it. A presence. Watching. Waiting. My flashlight caught another mannequin at the end of the hall. Its posture, slightly hunched, arm outstretched toward me. I froze. That was impossible. That arm hadn't been like that when I started down the hallway. I forced myself to step closer. Every instinct screamed to run, but I needed to see, to know, step by step. My boots echoing, my flashlight trembling. The mannequin's arm stretched a little further. My mind raced. I'm imagining this. It's impossible. Plastic can't move on its own. And then I heard it, a faint shuffle. Behind me, my heart leaped. I spun. Nothing. Empty hallway. Shadows stretching, curling around corners. My breath quickened. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I forced myself forward. The mannequin ahead, half in shadow, half illuminated, seemed to lean toward me. Each step I took, it adjusted. Just a little. Closer. Watching. Patient. I could feel it in the silence. Pressing in, insistent. The hallway ended in a set of double doors, leading to what once had been a store. I paused. The figure stood at the threshold, head tilted. Blink. Closer. I swallowed hard, forcing another step. The doors creaked as I pushed them open. Inside, the store was dark, shelves empty, dust hanging in the air. My flashlight beam caught another figure at the far end. The eyes, not literally glowing, but reflecting light. I couldn't look away. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. I realized with cold certainty. It was aware. Not alive. Not conscious in human terms, but aware. Watching. Calculating. Waiting. A soft tap echoed behind me. My breath hitched. I spun. Nothing. Shadows. Folding into corners. Silence. Thick. Heavy. My pulse raced. My hand shook. I wanted to run. I wanted to escape. But every path I turned down Every step I took brought another figure into view. Closer, patient, waiting. I moved toward the center of the store, flashlight cutting a narrow path. The air pressing, thick, musty, almost alive. The mannequin seemed to shift subtly as I passed. Head angle, arm tilt, stance. Always adjusting, always aware. My stomach churned. I swallowed hard, forcing calm. It's just plastic, just mannequins, just a building, just fog, just shadows. And yet, the whisper of movement behind me, the faint scrape of plastic against tile, told me it wasn't just shadows, not just fog. Something else was here, patient, deliberate, aware, watching, waiting. I reached the center of the store. The mannequins had multiplied, scattered around like a silent audience. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My chest tightened, sweat running cold down my spine. My flashlight flickered. The shadows stretched. The air pressed in. The silence thickened. I realized that I was not alone, not in the sense of a person, not in the sense of a sound I could recognize, but in the sense of awareness, observation. Something patient, deliberate, learning me, studying me. I couldn't leave. The doors I'd entered through seemed farther than they had moments ago. A soft shuffle. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. I gripped my flashlight tighter. My legs shook. My chest heaved. The mannequins, they were moving. Not human. Not living, but aware. Adjusting. Waiting. Patient. Every blink of light revealed figures closer than before, more attentive, deliberate. I backed toward the doors. The hall stretched impossibly. The mannequins adjusted subtly with each step I took. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. I realized with absolute certainty that leaving was no longer just about walking out. The mall itself had changed. The figures had changed. And I had been noticed. I forced myself to keep moving. Step by step. Breath sharp. Heart hammering. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. The mannequins scattered, adjusting, patient, deliberate, aware. My flashlight beam shaking. My hands trembling. I reached the doors, pushed with both hands. They groaned, scraping across the dusty floor. Behind me, the faint scrape of plastic against tile, the subtle shifting of shadows, reminded me they were following, patient, deliberate, aware. Outside, the parking lot was empty, still, silent. My chest burned. My legs shook. My mind raced. But the feeling remained, watching, patient, deliberate. I could feel it even now, pressing in from every shadow, every corner, every lingering echo of the mall. I drove away slowly, headlights cutting through fog and darkness. My pulse was frantic, every nerve alight. And I knew it hadn't been the building alone. The mannequins, the shadows, the awareness, they had noticed me. And I didn't know if I would ever be safe from it. The mall should have been empty. Completely, undeniably empty. Yet the monitors in the security room said otherwise. My reflection stared back at me from a dozen screens, moving in corridors I hadn't even set foot in yet. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was exhaustion. Night shift, long hours, the adrenaline from chasing false alarms. But when I looked again, the footage hadn't changed. The cameras weren't showing me standing in front of the monitors. They were showing me walking, wandering deeper into the mall, into hallways I hadn't reached. Each step deliberate, head tilted slightly, flashlight swinging. My heartbeat tightened. My pulse slammed in my ears. I was sitting in the security room. I hadn't moved. I hadn't left. I leaned closer, eyes scanning the grainy black and white feeds. One camera showed me passing the food court. Another showed me rounding the corner past the electronics store. The mannequin display from last night. Everything was exactly as I remembered. But I hadn't been there. Not yet. I pressed buttons, switching cameras, trying to make sense of it. Static flickered across the screens. One monitor went black. Then, faintly, I heard it. A scream. High-pitched, raw, echoing. Not over the radio. Not in the building. Inside my head. Or maybe both. My hands shook as I reached the intercom. I called the patrol office, my voice cracking. Hello? Anyone here? Nothing. Silence. I tried another camera, the one covering the back corridor by the abandoned shoe store. And there I was again, walking past the shuttered storefronts, flashlight swinging. My reflection, my posture, every motion identical, but impossible. I hadn't left this room. I hadn't moved from the monitors. The static flickered again, and I caught movement in the shadows behind the figure on the screen. Not mannequins this time. Something fluid, almost melting into the walls, stretching across tiles, following me. Blink of the security feed. Closer. Blink. Closer still. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the console. I told myself, it's a glitch. Cameras can glitch. Signal interference. Old wiring. That's all. Rational. Logical. Safe. But the scream returned. Louder. Rawer. More urgent. Closer than the footage. Pressing in from all sides. My chest tightened. I could feel it vibrating through the walls, through the floor, through the air around me. I checked the hallways myself, flashlight in hand. The mall was empty. Tiles cracked, signs peeling, mannequins unmoving behind broken glass. Nothing moved, nothing screamed, but the monitors insisted otherwise. Every screen showed me wandering, deeper, further, into areas I hadn't yet explored. A soft creak echoed from the hall outside the security room. I froze. My flashlight beam cut across the corridor. Empty. Nothing. Yet I felt it. The same awareness I felt last night. Watching. Patient. Calculating. The scream pierced again. Behind me this time. My breath hitched. I spun. Empty hallway. Only the hum of fluorescent lights. My pulse raced. The monitors flickered. Static crawling across screens. Distorting my image. My reflection. Walking again. Step by step. Closer. Blink. Closer. I grabbed the radio on the desk. Attempted a call. Crackling static. Unintelligible whispers. Overlapping voices. One distinct, clear in my own tone. Don't leave, stay. I swallowed hard. That wasn't me. I hadn't said it. But the voice mine twisted into something else. Something urgent, pleading. I backed away from the console. Flashlight shaking. I wanted to run. But where? I was trapped in the security room, staring at impossible images of myself moving where I hadn't been, following paths I hadn't yet taken. I forced myself to breathe, step by step, rational thought, observation, control. Yet the screaming persisted, unrelenting, rising and falling like waves. The static on the monitors flared, images twisting, stretching, morphing into hallways I thought I knew. The mannequins in the clothing stores flickered, silhouettes shifting impossibly. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I pressed my palms against my eyes, tried to shut it out, tried to remind myself it was just a security feed, just a malfunction, just exhaustion. But then the scream came again, this time behind the locked door of the office. Not on the monitors, not through the radio. Behind me, real, alive, or maybe just perceptible in a way my mind couldn't rationalize. I turned slowly. Hallway empty. Tiles cracked. Shadows stretched, curled in corners. My flashlight trembled. The air felt thick, viscous, pressing against my skin. The monitors flickered. I saw myself again, walking down the main corridor, flashlight swinging, head tilted, closer, step by step. And I realized the figure wasn't just walking. It was watching me, measuring, waiting, patient. I tried to shake my head, shake the fear, grab a headset, switch channels, try to reach patrol. Crackling static, only static. And then, faintly, a whisper, my own voice. Don't follow me. I spun again. Empty room, silent, but the monitors flickering, static, the impossible footage. Step by step, closer, blinking in sync with the static. I stumbled back, tripping over cables, my flashlight beam cutting wild, bouncing across screens. Shadows in the hallways shifted, stretching, bending in ways that made no sense. I forced myself toward the exit of the security room. Every monitor showed me following, always a step ahead. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The scream built, high-pitched, raw, Overwhelming. Static surge, screens flashing bright white, then black. My reflection walking down hallways I hadn't yet entered, turning corners I hadn't yet passed, always aware of me, always patient. I reached the hall outside, flashlight cutting narrow arcs. Empty, cold, quiet. My boots echoed, tiles cracked, signs peeled, shadows pulled unnaturally. Yet the scream followed, distant but insistent. The monitors flickered again. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I forced myself forward, trying to rationalize. Maybe a prank? Maybe someone had hacked the feeds. Maybe my mind was fracturing under night shifts, stress, fear. Yet the screaming, the static, the awareness pressing in from screens and shadows alike told me otherwise. Something was here, watching, learning, patient, calculating. I turned a corner. Flashlight beam caught another mannequin, unmoving, but in the corner of my vision, a shadow detached, stretching across the hallway, sliding over tiles, patient, deliberate. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My pulse hammered, my chest tightened, my hand shook violently. I reached the main corridor again. The monitors of the security room, visible through glass panels, flickered with static. My reflection, impossible, walking closer, always closer. I forced a deep breath, rational thought, observation, step by step, control. But every blink of the monitor's image, every flicker of static, every echo of the scream, pressing on me. I realized then, it wasn't just footage. It wasn't just shadows. It wasn't just my imagination. Something had followed me into the monitors. Something patient. Something aware. And it was learning, measuring, waiting. I stumbled, gripping the walls, trying to hold myself upright. Every instinct screamed to leave, to run. But the mall, the corridors, the monitors, all had changed. Step by step, blink by blink. I could feel myself being measured, studied, assessed. The scream rose again, sharp, raw, tearing through my ears, rattle in my chest, pressing into my mind. I ducked into a small supply closet, locked the door, pressed my back against it, breath ragged, hands trembling. The monitors outside flickered, glimpses of my own reflection walking down corridors I hadn't yet explored. Blink, closer, blink, closer. The scream, now a chorus, overlapping layers, cutting into rational thought. I realized with cold certainty, I wasn't safe in this mall. I wasn't safe in the security room. I wasn't safe for myself. The figure in the monitors, the impossible version of me, was patient, calculating, learning, waiting. Every blink, every step, every shift of shadows, every flicker of static. It was one step ahead, and the scream would not stop. I sank to the floor, gripping the edge of the closet, flashlight shaking violently. My pulse raced, my hands trembled, my chest burned. The mall was alive in a way I couldn't understand. The monitors, the static, the screams, the shadows, they were aware, patient, deliberate, waiting. I had nowhere to go, no path back, only the hallway. The monitors, the screams, and the impossible footage of myself walking corridors I hadn't yet entered. I understood then, with cold clarity, that I was already too late, too close, and the mall was patient. The exit doors wouldn't open. I twisted the handle over and over, chest heaving, heart hammering, and still nothing. The metal was cold under my hand, unyielding, as if the mall itself had decided I wasn't allowed to leave. I leaned against it, forehead pressed to the steel, and tried to steady my breathing. The fluorescent lights above flickered weakly, throwing shadows that seemed to twist against the walls. I glanced at a nearby glass display case and froze. My reflection was wrong. My flashlight, shaking in my hand, cut a narrow beam across the glass. My face stared back, pale, sweaty eyes wide, but my reflection wasn't just standing there. It was moving, not in sync with me, but delayed. It tilted its head when I didn't. Its hands rose before mine did. It was trapped, or maybe it was trying to trap me. I swallowed hard, shaking my head, telling myself I was imagining it. Exhaustion, Night shift, stress, maybe the static from last night, had finally broken something in my mind. But then I saw it in every reflective surface. Windows, polished floors, the black screens of dormant monitors. Everywhere I looked, my reflection moved independently, waiting, patient, calculating. I stumbled down the hallway, flashlight swinging, trying to ignore the mirrors that reflected my impossible twin. Each step echoed, bouncing off the cracked tiles and empty walls. I tried the doors at the far end of the corridor. Locked. The handle would turn, but nothing happened. Steel against steel. Unyielding. I pressed my back against the nearest wall, heart racing, and shined the flashlight across the hallway. My reflection moved again, now in the polished door of a closed store. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. It mirrored my fear, exaggerated, monstrous in the tiniest, imperceptible ways. Its head tilted in angles my own neck couldn't reach. Its eyes unblinking, aware, waiting. I told myself to calm down. Step by step, rational thought, observation, control. But every reflective surface insisted otherwise. I wasn't alone. I had never been alone. The mall, the shadows, the echoes, they were aware of me, watching, learning, patient. I reached the abandoned clothing store. The glass windows stretched from floor to ceiling, half shattered, dust and grime clinging to the edges. My reflection moved within them, walking toward me, its pace slow, deliberate, but closer with every blink of my flashlight. My chest tightened, my stomach lurched. I swallowed hard, forcing myself forward. The reflection moved independently. It raised a hand when I did not. It stepped aside when I moved forward. It was everywhere, multiplying the cracked glass and the mirrors lining the walls. Blink, closer, blink, closer. And in the spaces between the reflections, shadows pooled, thick, curling, patient. I stumbled into the main atrium. The skylight above was broken, moonlight spilling through, scattering dust motes like floating embers. Every reflective surface, floor tiles, display windows, even the shallow puddles of water on the cracked tiles, showed me walking where I wasn't, moving into hallways I hadn't yet reached, trapped in impossible loops. I forced myself to breathe, deep, measured, rational, but each reflection seemed to stretch, elongate, exaggerate the tension in my shoulders, the panic in my eyes. I couldn't look away. I couldn't escape. Every mirror, every glass, every polished surface repeated me back at me, but not as I was becoming. Smaller, slower, more trapped, more aware. I tried the exit doors again. Nothing. The handle resisted, the glass unyielding. Behind me, in a shattered display case, my reflection moved closer, as if mocking me. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My heart raced, sweat ran down my back. My flashlight beam trembled as I swung it across the atrium. Every mannequin, every shadow, every reflection, aware, deliberate, patient. A soft scraping echoed across the tiles behind me. I spun, empty, only the echoes of my boots, bouncing off broken walls and debris-strewn floors. My pulse hammered in my ears. The reflection in the glass moved again, its lips moving, not speaking words I could hear, but mouthing them, silent, urgent, insistent. I couldn't understand them, but I felt the message pressing into my skull. Stay, don't leave, follow. I forced myself forward toward the exit doors again, step by step, trembling, but moving. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My reflection in the glass seemed to anticipate every step. It shifted slightly before I did, moving into positions I hadn't yet assumed. The mall itself felt alive around me, watching, patient, waiting. I stumbled across the atrium floor, tiles cracked and uneven, each step a jolt through my feet. Puddles reflected me, multiplied me, trapped me. I could see myself walking corridors I hadn't yet explored. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I stumbled again, nearly falling over a broken bench. My reflection, impossible, patient, deliberate, mirrored the stumble, exaggerated the panic, pressed in, pressing against me. I pressed my back against the nearest wall, gasping, chest heaving. The reflections surrounded me, hundreds of me in every angle, every polished surface, every broken window. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My pulse raced, my vision blurred. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. Only the reflections, only the shadows, only the patient, deliberate awareness pressing in from every surface. I turned slowly, trying to see the far end of the hallway. My reflection stepped forward in the glass, moving into positions I hadn't yet assumed, mirroring panic I hadn't yet felt. My stomach knotted, my chest tightened, every instinct screamed to run. But the doors still locked, steel unyielding, glass unbroken but impenetrable. I was trapped. Step by step, I moved along the corridor, flashlight trembling. Blink, closer, blink, closer. Reflections shifted, multiplied, merged with shadows. The mall itself seemed to breathe around me, alive with awareness, patient, deliberate. I realized then I was no longer in control, not of my movements, not of my fear, not of my reflection. I stumbled into the restroom. Mirrors lined the walls. My reflection was everywhere, stretching, exaggerating, mimicking panic before I felt it. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I slammed the door behind me, leaning against it, heart hammering, trying to force rational thought. Deep breaths, observation, control, step by step. But the reflections were patient, deliberate, aware. I sank to the floor, hands gripping the tiles. Every mirror, every reflective surface in the room showed me walking hallways I hadn't yet entered, moving deeper into the mall, trapped, patient, deliberate. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My chest burned. My legs shook. My hands trembled. I realized then that the mall was no longer a building, not in the way I understood. It had become alive. The mirrors, the reflections, the shadows, all aware, all patient, all deliberate. And I was trapped in every reflection, in every surface, in every impossible corridor, moving deeper into a place I could not leave. A soft scraping echoed behind me. I spun, empty, only the echo of tiles and broken pipes. My flashlight beam trembled across the mirrors. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My own face multiplied, trapped, moving in corridors I hadn't yet reached. The mall was patient, calculating, watching, learning, waiting. I pressed my forehead to the cool tile floor, trying to calm myself, trying to breathe. My hands shook violently. My pulse raced. Every reflection, every shadow, every surface repeated me back at me, exaggerating panic, stretching tension, trapping me. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I tried the exit doors one more time. Nothing. Locked. Steel and glass unyielding. Behind me, reflections moved, shifted, multiplied. Step by step. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I realized then with icy certainty, I had gone too far. I had been seen, measured, studied. The mall was patient, deliberate, aware. And I was trapped not just physically, but in every reflection, every surface, every impossible corridor. I pressed my back against the door, hands trembling, breath ragged, eyes wide. My reflection stood before me in every mirror, every display case, every polished tile. Step by step, blink, closer, blink, closer. And I understood I had nowhere to go. The exit doors would not open. Not tonight. Not ever. I was trapped in reflection, in the mall, in myself. And the mall was patient. It was past midnight when the call came in. The radio crackled in my hand. Static cutting through quiet hum of the dispatch room. I frowned at the screen. Unknown number. Not on the logs. Not a familiar line. I pressed the headset to my ear. Dispatch, go ahead, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. A pause. Then a voice. Soft, calm, unnervingly casual. I'm inside, it said. I froze. The station was quiet, empty except for me. The night crew had left hours ago. Just me, inside where? I asked, trying to keep my tone professional, calm. Inside the station, the voice replied. My stomach dropped. I glanced over my shoulder at the empty office. Fluorescent lights humming overhead. The thought of someone walking the halls, unseen, unannounced, sent a chill down my spine. "Sir, this is dispatch. Can you give me a name? Are you armed?" No answer. Only silence. Then a whisper. "I'm waiting for you." My hand tightened on the headset. "Who is this? I need you to identify yourself." Silence again. I tried the line, pressing buttons, switching frequencies. Nothing. Dead air. I grabbed the radio and called the night patrol. "Unit 3, check the station. Unknown caller," says they're inside. My voice sounded shakier than I intended. Minutes passed. I could hear the hum of the air conditioning, the ticking of the old clock on the wall, and then a shuffle, faint behind the office door. My pulse quickened. I forced myself to breathe slowly, steady my nerves. "Unit 3 status?" I repeated. Static, then a voice muffled from the other end. "Nothing here. All clear." I frowned. My eyes flicked to the security monitors. Empty corridors, empty offices. Nothing unusual. No one had entered. Nothing moved. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice on the line hadn't been lying. I set the headset down, trying to rationalize. Could be a prank. Some kid messing with the system. Maybe a glitch in the phone lines. Rational, logical, safe. But the unease in my gut wouldn't settle. Then the phone rang again. My hands trembled as I answered. Same unknown number. Same calm voice. "I'm still here." I swallowed hard. "Sir, this is serious. If you're in the building, identify yourself now. Help is on the way." No response. Just a faint whisper, almost like it was right beside me. "Don't worry. I see you." I turned sharply. Empty room. The monitors flickered briefly, then returned to normal. I told myself I was imagining things. Stress, fatigue, simple nervous energy. But then the radio crackled again. Not the headset this time, the main channel. And that same voice, unmistakable, clear, even to the static. "You're too late." My hand flew to the headset. "Unit 3, respond." Static, silence. I grabbed my flashlight, heart pounding. I had to check the station myself. Step by step, I moved down the corridor, lights swinging, shadows stretching along the walls. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the air conditioning made my stomach tighten. The offices were empty. The lockers were shut. Desks untouched. Nothing. And yet, the feeling persisted. That someone or something was here, watching, waiting, patient. I returned to the dispatch room, hands shaking, mind racing. The phone lines were dead now. All channels dead except for that faint, static-filled whisper I couldn't place. I pressed my ear closer, straining to hear words. Only silence. Then a sound, faint, metallic, from behind the office door. A soft tap, almost casual. My pulse spiked. I gripped the flashlight tighter. Step by step, I approached. "Hello? Unit 3? Anyone there?" My voice trembled. The tap came again. Closer this time. Louder. Almost deliberate. I swung the door open. Empty hallway. Just my flashlight beam bouncing against blank walls. The office doors closed. No one. I checked every corner. Desks. Filing cabinets. Storage closets. Empty. Not a sign of anyone inside. But the air felt heavy, charged, almost alive, watching, waiting. I returned to the dispatch room, trying to calm myself. Rational thought, observation, control. The monitors flickered. Shadows shifted on the edges. Not real, I told myself. Just tired eyes. Just tricks of the light. And then the line crackled. My own voice, faint, distorted, coming from the headset. "You can't leave." I froze. My stomach dropped. The room was silent. Empty. Yet that voice, my own voice, coming from the headset, chilling, deliberate, aware. I spun around, flashlight sweeping. Empty. No one. The shadow of the office door stretched along the floor, long and distorted. My pulse raced. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to force calm. Rational thought. observation, control, but every instinct screamed, not safe. Something was here, watching, learning, patient, waiting. I grabbed the radio again, tried to call the nearest patrol station. Crackling static, the same whisper, faintly behind the hiss. I'm right here. My hand shook violently. I pressed myself against the wall, head spinning. My mind raced through possibilities. A prank? A glitch? Fatigue? Anything rational? But the voice, my own voice, had said things no one should know. Things I hadn't spoken aloud. I tried the lights, flicked switches. The fluorescent hum returned to normal. But shadows lingered where they shouldn't. The feeling of being watched intensified, pressing in from every corner of the room. Then the radio crackled one final time. That calm, deliberate voice. Help is here. A pause. Silence. And then nothing. I ran to the door, flashlight shaking. Every step echoed down the empty hallways. I burst out into the main corridor. Empty, silent. The exit doors, normally unlocked for emergencies, swung freely now. I gasped, heart racing, but paused. Something wasn't right. The corridor stretched differently. Shadows pulled unnaturally along the walls. I ran through the doors, into the parking lot. Cold air hit my face. My pulse pounded. I looked back at the station. Dark, silent, normal. And yet, the feeling remained. That patient, deliberate awareness, waiting, watching. I swore under my breath. Rational thought, observation, control. But I knew that something had been inside the station. Something I couldn't see, couldn't catch, couldn't call for help against. It had left no trace. No footsteps, no fingerprints, no sound. Only that voice, only that feeling. I drove away slowly, headlights cutting to the foggy lot. My hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white. Every reflective surface, rear view mirror, dashboard glass, seemed to hold eyes, watching, patient, deliberate, aware. The line was dead, the station quiet, the night cold, and yet I could still hear it. That whisper just on the edge of my hearing. Patient, waiting. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink. Every creak, every distant hum, every flicker of light in my apartment made me jump. The voice, my own voice, had said things it shouldn't have known, things it hadn't yet revealed. By dawn, I convinced myself it was over. Rational, logical, safe, a glitch, a prank, fatigue. That's all. But deep down, I knew better. I had been seen, measured, studied, patiently, and I knew someday it would come back. I told myself I was overreacting. The call last night, the unknown voice, the whispering on the line, it had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. But rational thought, observation, control, that was my mantra. Deep breath, keep moving, check the station, make sure everything is secure. That's what a dispatcher does. That's what a cop does. The first corridor was empty, too quiet. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead sounded different. Thicker, heavier. My footsteps echoed unnaturally against the tile floor. I ran a hand along the wall, trying to ground myself, trying to ignore the chill crawling up my spine. I started checking rooms, systematically. Supply closets, small offices, storage areas. Everything seemed normal at first. Desks, chairs, cabinets, all in their usual places. But then I noticed it. A faint shift in angles, an imperceptible difference in alignment. A chair slightly closer to the wall than I remembered. Paper stacked differently. Keys on hooks that hadn't moved in months. I shook my head. Fatigue. Stress. Maybe last night's adrenaline had thrown off my memory. Rational. Logical. Safe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was changing. Small at first, imperceptible, but deliberate, watching. I moved deeper into the station. A hallway I thought ended at the lockers now stretched further. A door I'd never opened before, tucked into a corner shadowed by peeling paint, stood slightly ajar. My pulse spiked. I hadn't noticed it before. The station was familiar. I knew every room, or so I thought. I hesitated. Hand on the handle, rational thought, observation, control. Slowly, I pushed it open. The room was small, unremarkable at first. Office desks, a filing cabinet, an old chair, but the arrangement wrong. Wrong in a way that made the room feel alien. The chair was turned toward the door, although I remembered it facing the wall. Papers scattered across the desk, but not as I left them, not by anyone I knew. I stepped inside. Floorboards creaked under my boots. Dust shifted in small clouds, drifting lazily in the fluorescent light. I felt watched, patient, deliberate. I could almost hear a soft, low hum, like the building itself was breathing around me. I moved toward the desk. Papers still smelled faintly of ink, fresh, impossible. I hadn't seen them before. I hadn't touched them. My hand trembled as I reached to straighten the sheet. As soon as I touched it, a cold draft swept through the room, rattling the filing cabinet. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was nothing, just a vent, old building, drafts, rational, logical, safe, but my skin crawled. Every instinct screamed, not safe. Something had been here. Something had moved things. Something had been waiting. I left the room, shutting the door slowly behind me. The hallway stretched, familiar yet subtly wrong. I noticed another office, one I didn't remember being here. Doors glossy, polished, unmarked. I approached cautiously. The handle was warm, like someone had touched it recently. I hesitated, fingers trembling. Rational thought, observation, control, but my heart was hammering. I pushed it open. Empty, completely empty. But the arrangement inside impossible. Desks, chairs, monitors, shifted. Objects I didn't recognize mixed with ones I knew too well. A coffee mug I remembered from my own desk sat in the center of the table, clean, steaming. Though I hadn't seen it move, hadn't touched it. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting across the room. Shadows pooled unnaturally, curling along the walls. The hum of the station seemed thicker, charged, patient, aware, deliberate. I moved to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. Heart racing, breath ragged, rational thought, observation, control. I pressed my hands against the door, rocking it back and forth. Locked. No handle movement. Nothing. I scanned the room, flashlight trembling in my grip. The objects rearranged, papers in new stacks. Monitors powered on, flickering with static, though the switch was off when I entered. I realized then this wasn't a glitch. This wasn't fatigue. Something was here, watching, learning, patient. I backed toward the windowless wall. Shadows stretched, pooling around corners. My reflection caught in a small glass frame, though there should have been nothing reflective. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My pulse spiked. I tried to force calm. Rational thought, observation, control. But the room itself, it had changed, shifted, alive in ways I didn't understand. I tested the door again. Locked. Tried the handle. No give. Panic clawed at my chest. Step by step, I moved along the walls, searching. Closets, cabinets. Nothing. Everything familiar, yet subtly wrong. Doors in places I didn't remember. Shadows where none should be. Patient, deliberate, aware. I tried the radio. No response. Crackling static. Faint whispers, overlapping voices I didn't recognize. One distinct voice, calm, deliberate. You're late. I froze. My stomach dropped. That voice, familiar, almost my own. I backed against the wall, heart hammering, flashlight beam shaking wildly. Shadows shifted as if aware of my panic. Curling closer. The objects in the room, subtly moving. Papers lifting slightly. Mugs tilting, monitors flickering. Patient, watching. I forced myself to breathe. Step by step. Rational thought. Observation. Control. But every fiber of my being screamed. Not safe. The building had shifted. The rooms I thought I knew weren't. They were alive in some impossible way. Deliberate, patient, aware. I pressed myself against the desk, flashlight shaking. Tried to think. Tried to force calm. Step by step. Observation. Control. Rational. Logical. Safe. But the whispers returned. Faint, unintelligible, pressing against my skull. Step by step, I realized this wasn't prank. This wasn't fatigue. Something had been inside the station. Something had moved the objects, and it had been patient, watching, learning. I moved again, cautiously, step by step. Every hallway seemed longer. Doors appeared where none had been. Shadows pooled in corners. My reflection caught in polished surfaces, showing me moving down corridors I hadn't yet entered. Blink, closer, blink, closer. I swallowed hard, forcing forward, heart hammering. I came to another room. Small office, neat, unremarkable. But the desk, the objects on it, perfectly arranged, not as I remembered. Not as anyone could have arranged while I was away. Patient, deliberate, aware. I stepped inside. Floorboards creaked. A chair spun slowly as if caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. My pulse hammered. Rational thought, observation, control, step by step. But the room, it pressing on me. Shadows pooling, whispers rising, static faint, just at the edge of hearing. My own name barely audible. I turned, trying the door. Locked. Nothing. Panic clawed at my throat. Step by step, I moved toward the windowless wall. Shadows twisted. Objects subtly shifted as I passed. My flashlight beam trembled across the floor. Every instinct screamed. Not safe. Patient. Deliberate. Aware. I sank to the floor, hands shaking, heart racing. Flashlight beam bouncing across objects subtly rearranged. Papers, chairs, monitors, cups. Alive, deliberate, patient. Whispers pressed into my ears. My reflection moving in impossible ways. Step by step. Blink. Closer. Blink. Closer. I realized then with icy certainty. The station had changed. Not physically, not by human hands. But alive, patient, deliberate, aware. And I was being measured, observed, trapped in corridors, in rooms, in spaces I thought I knew. Step by step, I pressed myself against the wall, tried to force calm, rational thought, observation, control. But deep down I knew the truth. I had gone too far. I had been seen, measured, patiently studied. And the station was waiting. The station felt different tonight. Heavier, thicker, like the walls themselves were listening, waiting for me to make a mistake. I walked the main corridor slowly, flashlight in hand, ears straining for anything beyond the hum of fluorescent lights. And then I heard it. Footsteps, light, deliberate, echoing off the tile floors. But when I swung the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing. Empty lockers, closed doors, flickering lights. My pulse spiked. Step by step, the sound continued, always behind me, always in sync with the uneven rhythm of my heartbeat. I told myself it was a trick of the acoustics. Old buildings do that. Hollow floors, metal vents, thin walls. Rational, logical, safe. But every instinct in my body screamed otherwise. Step by step, I moved, each creak of my boots sounding louder than it should, answering a rhythm that wasn't mine. I pressed against the wall near the supply closet, listening. The footsteps slowed, hesitated. Then a whisper, barely audible, soft, calculated. My name. I froze. Who's there? I called, voice cracking despite my best effort at control. Silence. Then the whisper again. Closer this time. Step by step. Don't turn around. I turned anyway. Nothing. The hallway stretched empty before me. Fluorescent lights flickering. Shadows pooling in the corners. Rational thought. Observation. Control. Step by step, I advanced. Flashlight sweeping. Each corner I passed seemed darker than the last, even though the lights above hummed steadily. Another whisper. Not my name this time, but a warning. Subtle, deliberate, pressing against my ears. Go back. I shook my head. Fatigue. Stress. That's all. Last night. The unknown call. The rearranged rooms. My mind playing tricks. Rational. Logical. Safe. Step by step, I continued, gripping my flashlight tighter. Then the footsteps. Directly behind me. Faster now. Echoing just out of sight. I spun. Empty. The hallway remained unchanged, yet every instinct told me I wasn't alone. I moved the stairwell, flashlight trembling. I pressed a button to call the patrol team. Nothing. Radio dead. The line from last night. Silent. Static. But beneath it, faint whispers. Almost like someone speaking just to me. Deliberately. Step by step, I realized this wasn't prank. Not fatigue. Not glitch. Something was in the building. Patient. Deliberate. Aware. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking unnaturally. The whispers grew, pressing closer, echoing off the walls. Stop, turn back, it's watching. I tried to ignore it, rational thought, observation, control, but the echo of footsteps followed me up the stairs, perfectly in sync with my steps. Every floor I passed, every corridor I entered, the sound pressed closer, tighter, heavier. I reached the upper hallway. Dim emergency lights flickered, throwing shadows long and thin. I stopped listening. Footsteps behind me. Slower now. Deliberate. Calculated. And the whisper, my name again. Soft, drawn out, deliberate. You shouldn't be here. I turned sharply, flashlight sweeping. Empty hallway. Chairs, desks, filing cabinets. All familiar, yet subtly wrong. Objects shifted slightly since I had last been here. I remembered this hallway differently. Rational thought, observation, control, step by step. I advanced, every nerve screaming. Then the whisper changed. Not a warning this time. A statement. Direct, personal. I see you. My chest tightened. Heart hammering. I spun again. Flashlight beam trembling across the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Shadows pooled unnaturally, curling around corners, lingering at the edges. The building felt alive, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I realized the warning was not for anyone else. It was for me. I approached the end of the hallway. A door I knew was locked appeared slightly ajar. Impossible. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. But as soon as I touched it, the whisper came again. Clear, deliberate. Do not enter. I froze, breath ragged. My pulse spiked, and then the sound. Footsteps inside. Slow, deliberate, circling, echoing perfectly in the empty room. I couldn't see anyone. Couldn't hear anyone except the echo. Perfectly timed to my own heartbeat. Step by step, the realization hit me. It wasn't just a hallway. It was inside the walls, the floor, the shadows, watching, learning, patient. I stepped back, pressing my back against the wall. My flashlight trembled, beams shaking across the corridor. The shadows stretched toward me, subtle at first, then growing, pooling in corners, curling along the floor. And then the whispers, my name again, followed by instructions I didn't understand. Stop, turn back, it's waiting. I tried the radio again. Static, faint, unintelligible voices under the hiss. One voice distinct. My own, faintly distorted, repeating what I feared I had thought aloud. Go back, go back. I swallowed hard, pressing myself against the wall. Rational thought, observation, control, step by step. I knew I had to leave, but every instinct screamed the building wasn't letting me. The footsteps behind me slowed, waiting, patient, deliberate, aware. I forced myself forward, step by step, toward the end of the hallway. Another whisper, clearer, closer, almost right beside me. You can't leave. I spun, empty hallway. Fluorescent lights flickered, shadows twisted. My reflection caught in a small glass panel, though there shouldn't have been any reflection at that angle. Blink, closer, blink, closer. My pulse spiked, fingers trembling. Rational, logical, safe, step by step. I realized the corridor was longer than I remembered. Doors I had passed before were now further apart. Shadows pooled unnaturally in the corners. I reached the end, a door to the rooftop. I tried the handle. Locked, nothing, and the footsteps still behind me. Slow, deliberate, echoing in perfect sync with my own heartbeat. Step by step, every nerve screamed. Not safe. Patient, deliberate, aware. I pressed my back to the door, trying to calm myself. Rational thought, observation, control, but deep down I knew better. This wasn't just a building. It was alive in ways I couldn't explain. Watching, learning, waiting, and the whispers, the footsteps, the patient awareness. They were all for me. A soft scrape echoed down the corridor. I turned, flashlight trembling. Empty, only the shadows twisting, pooling, pressing closer. And then the whisper again. Clear, deliberate. You're too late. My chest tightened, heart hammering, breath ragged. Step by step, I realized the station itself was testing me, measuring me, learning how far I could go. The echoing footsteps, the whispered warnings, the subtle shifting of objects. They weren't random, not fatigue, not glitch, not prank. I forced myself to move, step by step, along the hallway. The air thickened, shadows curling around corners, reflections in glass panels, showing me walking corridors I hadn't yet reached. Blink, closer, blink, closer. Every instinct screamed, not safe. Step by step, I pressed forward, hands shaking, flashlight beam bouncing across the walls, floors, ceilings. I reached the next stairwell, ready to descend. Step by step, the hallway behind me stretched impossibly long. Footsteps echoed still, slower now, deliberate, patient. The whispers press against my ears. You belong here, you can't leave. I climbed down carefully, chest tight, pulse racing, flashlight beam cutting across familiar corridors that now felt alien. Shadows twisted, doors appeared where none should have been. Every reflection, every polished surface, showed me moving in impossible ways. Step by step, blink, closer, blink, closer. I realized then with icy certainty, the building had noticed me, measured me, patiently learned every movement, every hesitation, every thought. And the hallway, the footsteps, the whispers, they weren't just warnings, they were invitations, or traps. Step by step, I forced myself forward. Rational thought, observation, control, but deep down I knew the truth. The station, the hallway, the very air around me, it was alive, patient, deliberate, aware, and it was waiting for me to make the next move. And I didn't know if I would ever be able to. I thought it was over. I told myself the night had ended when I left the station, that the unknown call, the whispers, the impossible footsteps were gone with the dawn. I convinced myself of it. Rational thought, observation, control, safe. But that belief, it was wrong. I sat in my small apartment. Fluorescent light flickering faintly above, the hum of the city below barely audible. Coffee in hand, I tried to force calm. Step by step, I repeated the mantra. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. I couldn't let last night's events take hold. My pulse slowed slightly, but just as I began to breathe easier, the phone rang. Unknown number. I froze. The mug trembled in my hand. I stared at the screen, heart hammering. Rational, logical, safe. It could be a glitch, a misdial. Step by step, I forced myself to answer. Dispatch, I said, voice tighter than I wanted. Silence, static, faint but deliberate. Then a voice, calm, familiar, deliberate. I never left, it said. My blood ran cold. Rational thought shattered. Step by step, I realized it wasn't prank, not fatigue, not glitch, not coincidence. The voice, soft, deliberate, was the same one I'd heard at the station. My own voice and tone, distorted slightly, repeating phrases I didn't speak aloud, phrases that made my stomach twist with dread. I'm still here, it continued. I dropped the coffee mug. It shattered against the counter, dark liquid seeping across the floor. My pulse spiked. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I told myself it was a recording, a prank call, some technical impossibility. Step by step, I told myself it couldn't be real. But I knew. Deep down, I knew. I set the phone down briefly, trying to catch my breath, heart hammering. Every creak of the apartment, every hum of the old pipes, sounded like it belonged to something alive, patient, deliberate, aware. And then the phone rang again. Same number, same voice. I didn't answer immediately. I couldn't. The room felt smaller, tighter. Shadows pulled in corners, stretching along the walls in ways I didn't remember. Rational thought, observation, control, step by step. I forced myself to pick it up. Why? I whispered, voice trembling. A pause. Static. Then, you never left the call. The words struck me like ice. Step by step, my mind reeled. I hadn't hung up. I had left the station, walked out into the parking lot, driven home. But somewhere, somehow, the line had never disconnected. That voice, the footsteps, the whispers, the patient observation, it had followed me, not through wires, not through technology, but through something I couldn't understand. I tried to hang up, clicked the buttons, slammed the phone on the table. Silence. For a moment, I dared to hope, but the line rang again. The screen lit up. Same number. I realized then with icy certainty. There was no escape. Not from the line, not from the station, not from whatever had been observing me. Step by step, I pressed my palm against my forehead, trying to force rational thought, to reclaim control. But the whispers, faint beneath the static, pressed against my ears, deliberate, patient. I never left. I paced the apartment. Flashlight from last night's station tour still on the table, shaking slightly in my grip. Shadows danced across the walls. Though the blinds were closed, the light steady. Step by step, I realized the voice was no longer just in the phone. It had followed me here, woven into the static, into the hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of the clock. Patient, deliberate, aware. I tried to call the police. Tried to explain. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. But every line I dialed was dead. Static, whispered phrases underneath, impossibly clear. My own words repeated back at me, step by step. Every instinct screamed, not safe. The apartment had become an extension of the station. Shadows curled, objects subtly shifted, reflections in glass and metal showing me moments I hadn't yet lived. I dropped to my knees. My hands shook violently. The phone rang again. I didn't pick it up this time. I couldn't. Rational thought, observation, control. Step by step, I forced myself to breathe, but the static, the voice it pressed closer, felt like it was inside my skull, patient, deliberate, aware. I'm still here, it whispered again. Step by step, I realized I had never truly left. The station, the line, the voice, they had followed me, not just through technology, not just through doors and corridors, but into thought, into perception, into reality itself. Patient, deliberate, aware. I remembered last night, the rearranged rooms, the corridors that stretched impossibly long, the whispers, the footsteps. All of it had been building toward this. Step by step, the line between what was real and what wasn't blurred. Shadows that had been corners in the station, now pooled in my apartment. Objects subtly shifted. My reflection. It lingered a moment too long in the mirror. I tried to leave, packed a bag, keys in hand. Step by step, rational thought, observation, control. But the exit doors felt farther than they should have been. Shadows stretched along the hallway, subtle but deliberate, and the whispers followed, patient, deliberate, aware. The phone rang again. I could hear it through the bag, though it wasn't in my hands. Step by step, my pulse hammered. I wanted to scream, to throw the bag, to smash the line, but deep down I knew there was no escape. Not tonight, not ever. I dropped the bag, flashlight rolling across the floor. Shadows pooled in corners, pulling into shapes just at the edge of perception. Step by step, I realized the voice wasn't just in the phone. It was everywhere. Inside the walls, inside the static, inside me. Patient, deliberate, aware. I fell to the floor, hands over my ears, trying to shut it out. Rational thought, observation, control, step by step. But the words pressed in faintly under every sound in the apartment. You never hung up. You never left. I'm still here. I wanted to scream. My own voice joined the whisper in the static, repeating, mimicking, deliberate. Step by step, the apartment had become a replica of the station. Corridors stretching impossibly, shadows twisting unnaturally. I realized then with cold certainty, leaving hadn't ended it. Hanging up hadn't ended it. Moving away hadn't ended it. Step by step, every action I had taken was irrelevant. The voice, my own voice, distorted, patient, deliberate, aware, was inside every reflection, every hum of electricity, every shadow. Step by step, I realized the line had never truly disconnected, and it never would. I crawled to the table, shaking, eyes fixed on the phone. The screen lit up once more. Same number, same static, same whisper. I never left. Step by step, I understood. Rational thought was useless. Observation, control, they were illusions. Patient, deliberate, aware. I had become part of it. The voice, the line, the station. It had followed me home, stitched itself into reality itself. I set the phone down slowly, tried to breathe, tried to force calm, step by step. But even as I forced myself to sit, even as I closed my eyes and whispered rational mantras, I knew, deep down, icy and certain, the call had never ended. I would never be off the line. I was halfway through my night shift when I came to the intersection, a corner of the city I didn't usually patrol, the one where streetlights hung crooked and the asphalt had patches like old scars. The traffic lights above me flickered, a red that pulsed, then vanished, then returned, never quite steady. I slowed my cruiser, engine low, senses sharpening. At first, I thought it was a simple malfunction. Old wiring, flickering bulbs, rational thought, observation, control, safe. Step by step, I scanned the intersection. No pedestrians, no movement, except for the cars approaching. The first car came from the north, headlights cutting through the fog that had rolled in. I watched it slow as it approached the intersection, then disappear, just like that. No skid marks, no screeching brakes, nothing. The asphalt was empty. My pulse spiked. Step by step, I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was fatigue. Then another, headlights glowing faintly in the distance, moving toward the red light. The engine growled softly as it rolled forward. And then, mid-intersection, nothing, just the empty street. I leaned forward, gripping the wheel. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control, step by step. I tried to rationalize what I had seen. Fog swirled around the street lamps. Shadows pulled under traffic lights, flickering along the curbs. I reached for the radio, trying to call it in, trying to get someone, anyone, to tell me it was normal. Static, faint crackling. My own voice echoed back, distorted, murmuring something I didn't understand. Step by step, I realized the radio wasn't just malfunctioning. It was alive in some subtle, impossible way. A third car approached. I could see the driver, the motion of hands on the wheel, the slow blink of headlights. Step by step, my heart hammered. The red light pulsed, then vanished, then returned. And then the vehicle simply wasn't there anymore. Nothing. The asphalt stretched empty, wet and dark, reflecting the flickering red above. Step by step, I realized it wasn't disappearing into shadows. The street itself was swallowing it. Patient, deliberate, aware. I stepped out of the cruiser, flashlight in hand, scanning the fog. The wet asphalt reflected the red light in uneven patches, stretching unnaturally. Shadows pulled along the curbs, curling like smoke. Step by step, I walked the lanes where the cars had vanished. Tires had left no marks, no debris, nothing. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I forced myself to believe there was an explanation. The intersection seemed longer than it should, wider. The lights hung higher. Shadows shifted subtly with each flicker. And then I heard it, soft, almost imperceptible at first. A low hum beneath the pulse of the red light. Step by step, it grew, pressing into my chest, weaving into the fog, curling around me. Patient, deliberate, aware. I turned toward the sidewalk. Shapes moved at the edge of my vision, just glimpses, faint, fleeting, but enough to make my stomach tighten. shadows not cast by the streetlights. Step by step, I realized the fog wasn't ordinary. It was thick, heavy, curling into shapes that shouldn't exist, pressing against the corners of perception. I tried to call it in again. Radio, nothing but static, my own voice beneath it, murmuring words I didn't remember speaking. Step by step, rational thought slipped further. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, the air around me thickened. Shadows stretched along the curbs, pooling at the base of the traffic lights. The red flickered again, impossibly bright, then dim, then vanished. I saw movement ahead, a figure. Step by step, it approached from the fog. No features, just a silhouette, stretching taller as it moved, gliding across the asphalt without touching the wet surface. My pulse spiked. I swallowed hard. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I forced my legs forward. The figure didn't speak, didn't blink, just glided. The red light pulsed, illuminating it in brief flashes. Step by step, I realized it wasn't human, or at least not entirely. Shadows seemed to detach from its form, stretching back toward the fog, connecting it to the street itself. Patient, deliberate, aware, I stumbled backward, flashlight beam shaking. Step by step, I scanned the area. No cars, no life, just the fog, the flickering light, and the silhouette. Step by step, my rational thought fought against the impossible reality in front of me. The street was a trap, alive, breathing, observing. Another vehicle appeared, headlights cutting through the fog. Step by step, I braced myself. It approached the intersection, and just like the others, gone. Nothing. Empty asphalt. Step by step, I realized I could no longer trust distance, time, or space. The intersection had rules I couldn't understand. Patient, deliberate, aware, I reached for the door of my cruiser, heart hammering. Step by step, I told myself to leave, to get away from this impossible place. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control, but the door wouldn't open. My hand shook as I pulled. The handle was stiff, almost resisting, cold beyond reason. Step by step, I realized the street didn't want me to leave. The fog thickened. Shadows pooled, curling under traffic lights and along the wet asphalt. Step by step, I forced myself to move, scanning, breathing, trying to understand. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoing against the asphalt, not mine. Step by step, my chest tightened. Patient, deliberate, aware, I turned toward the sidewalk again. Shapes flickered in the fog, forming, unforming, stretching impossibly. Step by step, I realized the intersection itself was alive, observing me, learning my rhythm, measuring my hesitation. Shadows twisted unnaturally, forming angles I didn't remember, pulling into shapes that pressed closer with each flicker of red. The radio crackled. My own voice whispered through it, faint, distorted. Step by step, words I hadn't spoken. You shouldn't be here. I staggered back, heart racing, flashlight trembling. Shadows twisted further, moving along the asphalt in ways that defied physics. Step by step, rational thought slipped. Observation, control, safe, gone. Another vehicle appeared. Step by step, I braced for the impossible, approaching the red light. Headlights cutting through the fog. Step by step, it vanished. No trace, no noise, just the wet asphalt and the flickering light. Step by step, I realized the street wasn't following rules I understood. Patient, deliberate, aware, I backed toward my cruiser, breathing ragged. Step by step, I realized the fog, the shadows, the red light. They weren't just illusions. They were alive, watching, measuring, waiting. Every flicker, every shift, every vanished vehicle told me the intersection had its own consciousness. Step by step, I realized I wasn't just observing it. I was part of it now. Step by step, I pressed myself against the cruiser. Headlights of cars, when they appeared, were swallowed before they reached me. Shadows pooled unnaturally, stretching into shapes that pressed against the edges of perception. Step by step, rational thought failed. Observation, control, safety, gone. Only fear remained. Patient, deliberate, aware. I took a deep breath. Step by step, force calm. Step by step, move forward. Each step, a pulse through the asphalt beneath me. Shadows stretched further. Fog thickened. Red light flickered impossibly bright. Step by step, I realized the intersection wasn't just alive. It was aware of me, following my movement, waiting for a mistake. A vehicle appeared once more, approaching, headlights glowing. Step by step, I held my breath. Red light pulsed. And then, gone. Just the fog. Just the shadows. Just the intersection itself. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood the truth. This street didn't obey rules. It didn't care about normal. Step by step, I realized it wanted something. Step by step, I realized it was waiting for me, and I couldn't leave. Step by step, I sank to my knees on the wet asphalt, flashlight trembling, breath ragged. Shadows pulled closer, curling in impossible angles. Red light flickered above, pulse irregular, deliberate. Step by step, I realized that no vehicle, no exit, no attempt to escape would matter. The intersection had me. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood it wasn't just a corner of the city. It was alive, waiting, watching, and I was trapped. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Not a person, not a car, something else. The street stretched ahead, dimly lit by flickering lampposts, casting long shadows that seemed to shift whenever I blinked. Step by step, I walked, trying to convince myself it was fatigue, the remnants of too many night shifts. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I told myself I was imagining it. Then I heard it, soft at first, a faint tap against the asphalt behind me. Step, step, step. My pulse spiked. I froze, flashlight trembling in my hand, scanning the street. Empty, no movement, no shapes, nothing but the wet road reflecting the pale light. I forced a laugh. "It's just the wind," I whispered, though even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Step by step, the sound continued. Tap, 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 matching my own pace. Not ahead, behind, always behind. I quickened my steps. The sound quickened too. I turned sharply. Empty street. Street lamps flickered. Shadows pooled, stretching unnaturally along the sidewalks. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I tried to ignore it. Tried to convince myself. The sound changed, not just footsteps, a rhythm, deliberate, calculated, echoing perfectly with my own heartbeat. Step by step, I felt it closer, pressing against the back of my mind. I swallowed hard, pulse hammering. I stopped, listened, tap, tap, tap. Closer now, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I realized it wasn't wind. It wasn't echoes. It was following me, not in sight, not in shape, but in sound, in intention. Step by step, the rational part of my mind argued, but every instinct screamed, move now. I walked faster, step by step, tap, 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 always behind. Shadows twisted along the buildings, stretching with every flicker of the streetlights. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Nothing, no one, yet every nerve told me someone or something was there, patient, deliberate, watching. The street seemed to lengthen. Sidewalks curved in ways they hadn't before. Step by step, I forced myself to keep moving, flashlight scanning every corner, every doorway. The sound followed, echoing softly, tauntingly. Step by step, I realized it wasn't just footsteps. It was learning my pace, matching it, waiting for me to falter. I reached an alleyway. Step by step, I forced myself to peer inside. Darkness pulled unnaturally, curling against the walls, stretching like liquid shadow. Tap, tap, tap. Closer. I spun. Empty alley, empty street, only the flickering lamppost above, casting a weak, uneven glow. Step by step, fear settled into my bones. Patient, deliberate, aware. I tried the radio. Nothing. Static. Faintly distorted, almost like whispers beneath it. My own voice faint, echoing, "Don't stop, keep moving." Step by step, I realized the sound behind me had multiplied. Not one set of steps now, but many, subtle, deliberate, circling, pressing closer. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, shapes forming just beyond the periphery. Step by step, rational thoughts slipped further. Observation, control, safe, gone. I broke into a jog. Step by step, the sound quickened. Tap, 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 following, circling, patient. Every instinct screamed to run, but the street seemed endless, stretching further than it should. Buildings twisted subtly, doors appearing where none existed before. Step by step, I realized I couldn't outrun it. Couldn't escape the rhythm, the pressure, the awareness. I risked a glance over my shoulder again. Shadows pulled unnaturally. Step by step, I realized the darkness itself was moving, curling toward me in long, slow arcs. Shapes that weren't quite human, stretching across walls and asphalt. The footsteps behind me echoed in perfect sync with my heartbeat. Patient, deliberate, aware. I stumbled, heart hammering. Step by step, I pressed myself against the wall of a closed shop, gasping for breath. Tap, tap, tap. Closer. I held the flashlight in front of me, trembling, beams scanning the street. Empty, but shadows stretched impossibly long, curling toward me with every flicker of the light. Step by step, I understood it wasn't just behind me. It was in the street, in the fog, in every shadow. Watching, measuring, waiting. I forced myself to move. Step by step, every nerve screamed. Tap, tap, tap. Patient, deliberate, aware. The street stretched on endlessly, even though I knew the distance should have been short. Sidewalks twisted, buildings shifted subtly. Step by step, my pulse surged, heart hammering. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I tried to hold on to reason, but reason was slipping. A soft whisper, faint beneath the tapping, reached my ears, almost imperceptible. My own voice distorted slightly. "You shouldn't be here." Step by step, I spun. Empty street, only fog curling around the lampposts. Shadows pooling in corners. Tap, tap, tap. Closer. Patient. Deliberate. Aware. I ran. Step by step. Faster. Every breath ragged. Every heartbeat echoing in my ears. The footsteps quickened, circling, matching my pace, learning me. Shadows twisted along the walls, curling in ways that didn't make sense. Step by step, I realized the street itself was alive, observing me, measuring my fear, waiting for me to falter. I rounded a corner. Step by step, the rhythm behind me changed. Tap, 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 slower now. Deliberate, calculated, patient. Step by step, I pressed forward, flashlight shaking, breath ragged. The street stretched impossibly long. Shadows pulled unnaturally, curling into forms that pressed at the edges of perception. I tried the radio again. Static, distorted, faint whispers repeating words I hadn't spoken aloud. Step by step, I realized the sound wasn't just behind me anymore. It was everywhere. In the fog, in the cracks of asphalt, in the shadows. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I forced myself to keep moving. Heart hammering. Tap, tap, tap. Every nerve screaming. I rounded another corner. Empty street. Flickering lampposts. Shadows pulled in corners, twisting, curling, pressing closer. Step by step, I realized the street wasn't just a place. It was aware of me, watching me, measuring me. Patient, deliberate, waiting. I stumbled, knees hitting the wet asphalt. Tap, tap, tap. Closer. Step by step, I realized I couldn't escape it, couldn't outrun it. The footsteps, the shadows, the fog. They were everywhere, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I pressed my hands to my ears, tried to shut it out, but it pressed in, echoing with my heartbeat. I looked up, flickering lampposts, shadows stretching across the street. Step by step, I realized the rhythm had a purpose, guiding me, drawing me towards some unknown end. Tap, tap, tap. Patient, deliberate, aware. The street had become a trap. and I was inside it. Step by step, I forced myself to rise, to move forward. Breath ragged, flashlight beam trembling. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind me echoed perfectly. Circling, pressing, patient. Shadows twisted in corners. Shapes forming just beyond the edges of perception. Step by step, rational thought slipped further. Observation. Control. Safe. Gone. I reached an intersection ahead. Street lights flickering. Tap, tap, tap. Closer. Step by step, I realized the rhythm wasn't just behind me. It was part of the street itself, part of the fog, part of the shadows. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood the truth. The street had noticed me, measured me, watched me, and it wasn't letting go. I ran into the fog, breath ragged, pulse hammering, flashlight beam bouncing across wet asphalt in twisted shadows. Tap, 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 every step in sync with my heartbeat. Patient, deliberate, aware, step by step. I realized there was no escape. Not tonight, not ever. And as the fog swallowed the street, curling around me, stretching the shadows impossibly long, I understood something icy and certain. Whatever followed me, matched me, echoed me was patient, deliberate, aware, and it would never stop. I shouldn't have crossed. I knew at the moment my boot touched the asphalt, the cold, wet pavement under the flickering streetlights. The intersection stretched before me like a dream gone wrong, impossibly long, lines of crosswalk fading into fog. Step by step, I realized it wasn't normal, not just the stretch. It was the way the world bent. Streetlights ahead flickered, shadows pooling and twisting unnaturally. The air was thick, damp, and smelled faintly of asphalt and something else. Something rotting faint, but impossible to place. Step by step, I forced myself forward. Rational thought tried to cling to me. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, the sound of my own heartbeat filled my ears, loud against the silence of the street. Then it started, an echo, faint at first, a low, distorted sound that didn't belong. Step by step, the echo grew, stretching unnaturally, merging with the hum of streetlights, the whisper of fog. I froze. Step by step, I realized the echo wasn't just a sound. It was me, my own voice, distorted, screaming, carried across the infinite intersection. My stomach twisted. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I told myself it was an auditory illusion, a trick of the fog, of fatigue. But deep down, icy certainty clawed at my mind. The sound was aware, patient, deliberate, waiting. Step by step, I tried to turn back. But the curb I had stepped off of, the one solid edge I thought would give me security, was gone. The intersection stretched endlessly in every direction. Step by step, I realized there was no return. Not behind me, not anywhere, just the asphalt, the fog, and the flickering red lights of street lamps stretching into the void. I tried to call it in. Radio clutched in my hand. Static, then faint whispers beneath the static, repeating words I hadn't said aloud. Step by step, the air thickened, pressing against me. Shadows moved along the sides of the intersection, curling in impossible angles, forming shapes that stretched and twisted, but vanished when I blinked. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I took another step forward. The asphalt under my feet felt wrong, unreal, softening slightly as if it were breathing, waiting for me to falter. I screamed. A sound ripped from my throat. Sharp, raw, desperate. Step by step, the echo came back to me, distorted, stretched, and multiplied. Not just once, but dozens of times. My own fear returned to me in grotesque waves, mocking, observing. I forced myself to keep walking. Step by step, the crosswalk lines under my feet warped, bending into impossible angles, twisting like ribbons in the fog. Step by step, I realized that nothing about this intersection obeyed the rules of reality. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light was deliberate, patient, watching, measuring me. The fog thickened, curling around my legs, pooling in front of streetlights, muting their glow. Step by step, I realized the street was alive. Not alive in a human sense, but aware, stretching, testing me, pressing against the edges of perception. Every movement I made echoed back in impossible ways. Shadows that hadn't been there a moment ago were now curling toward me, pressing in from all directions. Step by step, I forced myself to breathe. I tried to retrace my steps, turned around, but the curve wasn't there. Step by step, the crosswalk stretched infinitely in the opposite direction too, lines vanishing into fog that shifted like water. Step by step, I understood the truth. The intersection had no edges. It had no end. It was patient, deliberate, aware, and I was its prey. I screamed again, raw, desperate, a sound that tore through the fog. Step by step, the echo came back, distorted, multiplied. My own scream haunted me. Rational thought slipped. Observation, control, safe, gone. Step by step, panic took hold. I forced myself to move. Step by step, forward, though forward meant nothing. The fog pressed against me, dense, twisting, curling around the street lamps, swallowing light. Shapes formed in the mist, dark, towering, humanoid but wrong, patient, deliberate, watching. Step by step, I risked a glance. They didn't move like people, just shifted, stretched, observed. Step by step, I realized the crosswalk itself was alive. Not just the shadows, not just the fog. The asphalt hummed beneath my boots, subtly vibrating, responding to my movement. The street knew I was here. Step by step, every heartbeat, every step was measured. My pulse rattled in my ears. My scream echoed, repeated, distorted, filling the infinite intersection. Patient, deliberate, aware. I stumbled over a line of asphalt that seemed to rise and curl under my foot. Step by step, I caught myself, flashlight beam trembling. Shadows moved unnaturally with every flicker of the light. Shapes formed and dissolved in the fog. Impossible angles pressing at the corners of perception. Step by step, I realized I was trapped, not by walls, not by barriers, but by awareness. The intersection knew me. I risked another scream. Step by step, the echo returned, distorted, multiplied, trailing behind me like a swarm of whispers. Shadows pressed closer, curling into shapes that pressed in my mind, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I tried to move faster, but the street resisted. Every step stretched, the asphalt softening and lengthening. Step by step, I realized the intersection wasn't just a place. It was a trap, alive, waiting. I stumbled into a pool of fog, thick and choking. Step by step, I realized it wasn't ordinary fog. It curled, stretched, pressing in, shaping itself into forms that mimicked my own body, my own movements. I gasped, heart hammering, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood I was no longer just walking. I was being measured, observed, mirrored in impossible ways. I forced myself to move, step by step. Each footfall echoed across the infinite intersection. The red lights above flickered in irregular pulses, highlighting shadows that twisted and stretched impossibly. Step by step, I realized I could not see the end, not even in the distance. Step by step, the fog and shadows pressed closer, whispering, echoing, patient, deliberate, aware. I screamed again, desperate, raw. Step by step, the echo came back, multiplied, distorted. My own voice haunted me, over and over, pressing into my mind. Step by step, I realized nothing about this intersection was natural. The air itself was aware, the pavement alive, the shadows deliberate. Step by step, every attempt to escape failed. I pressed forward, step by step, heart hammering, breath ragged. Shadows twisted in impossible angles, curling toward me with each pulse of red light. Step by step, I realized I could no longer trust anything I saw. The street, the fog, the echoes, they were patient, deliberate, aware, and I was theirs. I fell to my knees, hands clutching the wet asphalt, flashlight trembling. Step by step, the echoes of my screams surrounded me, distorted, multiplied. Shadows pressed at the edges of vision, fog curling around me like a living thing. Step by step, I realized I was trapped in this crosswalk of no return. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood. No curb, no streetlight, no fog barrier could save me. The intersection had stretched itself infinitely, pulling me deeper, echoing my fear, mirroring my screams. Step by step, I realized the only thing certain was this. It would not let me leave. I tried to move again, step by step, forward, even though forward meant nothing. Red lights flickered overhead, shadows twisted, fog pressed in. Echoes of my own voice followed, distorted, stretched, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I realized the intersection had become a living thing, and I was its prey. Step by step, I screamed once more. Step by step, the echoes returned, multiplied, filling the infinite intersection. Step by step, I realized there was no end, no escape. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood the truth in my bones. I had crossed the curb, and now I would never return. It was late, the kind of late where even a highway seems to pause, holding its breath in the darkness. I pulled into the roadside motel, headlights cutting through the fog that hugged the asphalt. Routine check, just another stop. Nothing unusual. That's what I told myself. But as I slowed past a neon sign, buzzing weakly in red and blue, something felt off. Room 13. The door was slightly ajar. That alone should have been impossible. No guests registered. Not tonight. I noted it, heart beating a little faster, but forced myself to breathe evenly. Routine, observation, control, safe. Just a simple check, nothing more. Step by step, I approached the door. The air smelled faintly of bleach, or maybe old smoke. It was hard to tell. The kind of smell that shouldn't linger if the room was empty. Step by step, I reached for the handle. Cold metal, smooth, nothing unusual there. My hand trembled slightly. I tried to ignore it. I pushed the door open. It creaked, low, long, like the sound stretched longer than it should have. Step by step, I showed my flashlight inside. Bed neatly made. Nightstand untouched. The small TV flickering static in the corner, though unplugged as far as I could see. The faint hum of the refrigerator. Everything normal. Everything wrong. Step by step, I scanned the room. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. And yet I felt it. That subtle awareness in the shadows, pressing softly at the edges of perception. Step by step, I told myself it was nerves, fatigue, too many shifts. But even as I said it, the hairs on my neck rose. Patient, deliberate, observing. I stepped inside fully. Floor creaked faintly under my boots. Step by step, I moved closer to the bed. No one there. Curtains swayed slightly, though the window was closed. Step by step, I reached for the nightstand. Nothing. Everything untouched. And yet the whisper, faint, almost beneath hearing. I froze. Step by step, it grew clearer. Not words, exactly. A sound like someone speaking my name, low, deliberate, patient. I turned sharply toward the doorway. Nothing, only the hallway stretching dimly, lit by a single flickering bulb. Step by step, my mind raced. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I reminded myself I was alone. Then the door clicked. Softly, behind me. Step by step, I turned. Empty room, door still ajar, but the sound lingered, pressed against my eardrums. Step by step, I realized I was imagining it. Not this time. Not the feeling that someone was just beyond the edge of sight. Patient, deliberate, aware. I pulled my radio. Dispatch. Room 13, I said voice tight. Static. Nothing else. Tried again. Same. Step by step. The unease grew, curling into my chest like smoke. My flashlight flickered. Shadows stretched across the walls, pooling where no light should reach. Step by step, I realized the room was empty, but not alone. Step by step, I forced myself to move toward the bathroom. Nothing there. Tiles cold underfoot. Mirror fogged slightly, though the air was dry. Step by step, I wiped it. Faint fingerprints appeared. Small, childlike, smudged across the glass. Step by step, I stared, stomach twisting. No one had been in here. None registered. Step by step, I realized someone had been here. Watching. Patient. Deliberate. I backed out slowly. Flashlight sweeping the room. Shadows seemed to move with me. Step by step, I tried to rationalize. Light angle imagination. Exhaustion. Step by step, I told myself again. Routine check. Nothing unusual. Safe. Observation. Control. But the feeling pressed closer, curling around my ribs, tightening my chest. I approached the door again, hand on the handle. Step by step, I heard it. A soft sigh, low and deliberate, coming from inside the room. Step by step, it was unmistakable. Not wind, not mechanical, not fatigue. A presence, patient, waiting, watching. Step by step, I tried to call it in over the radio. Static, no one responding. Step by step, I realized I was entirely alone, or so I thought. Step by step, I pulled the door fully open. Empty hallway. Dim light flickering along peeling wallpaper. Step by step, I looked back at room 13. The bed, perfectly made. Nightstand untouched. Yet I couldn't shake the certainty that the room had breathed. Step by step, I felt the eyes. Not human eyes. Not fully human. Patient. Deliberate. Observing. Step by step, I realized the room wasn't empty. I forced myself to leave. Step by step, I moved down the hallway, checking doors as I went. Nothing. Room numbers passed. 12, 14, 15. Each ordinary, sterile, silent. Step by step, I returned to my car. Step by step, I told myself the room had been a trick of light and fatigue. Rational, logical, safe, observation, control. Step by step, I tried to shake it. I got in my patrol car. Engine started. Step by step, headlights cutting through the fog. Step by step, I glanced back at room 13. Door now fully closed. Step by step, my stomach twisted. Shadows linger behind the glass. Curling, pressing, patient. Step by step, I knew I had been followed. Not physically, but in awareness. Something had noticed me. Step by step, deliberate. Patient. Waiting. I drove slowly. Radio static humming in the background. Step by step, I told myself it was over. Step by step, I realized a sense of being watched lingered in the mirrors of the car. Rear view, side mirrors. Shadows curling in ways impossible. Step by step, I realized room 13 wasn't just a room. It was aware, patient, deliberate, waiting. Step by step, I kept driving. Step by step, the fog thickened outside the windows. Step by step, I tried to shake the feeling of eyes pressing against me. The smell of bleach, or something older, lingered faintly in the car, despite no one else being there. Step by step, I realized I had carried it with me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I forced my mind back to routine. Safe, observation, control. Step by step, I rationalized. Room 13 had been empty. Step by step, I repeated it. But every shadow, every flicker in the rear view, every whisper of static in the radio pressed against my consciousness. Step by step, I realized I would not forget. Step by step, it had noticed me. Step by step, I parked at the next motel. Step by step, I kept checking the mirrors, the windows. Step by step, I realized the presence lingered, patient, deliberate. Step by step, it had marked me. Step by step, I understood the room, the motel, whatever it was, it would wait, and it would follow. Step by step, I told myself again, routine check, just a routine check. Step by step, safe, observation, control, step by step. But deep down, I knew better. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, it had already begun. I should have left when I first heard it. The faint scuffing of shoes against carpet, soft and irregular, coming from room 13. My patrol car idle at the motel parking lot. Fog curling around the headlights, and for a moment I told myself it was wind. Old buildings creak, floors settle, but the rhythm was wrong. Too deliberate, Too human. Step by step, I approached the door. The neon motel sign buzzed faintly behind me, casting a red glow across the cracked asphalt. The handle was cold under my hand, and the door slightly closer to being ajar than when I checked earlier. I swore I closed it. Step by step, I pushed it open, and the air shifted, damp and warm, like the room had been breathing while I was outside. Inside, everything seemed normal. Bed made neatly, lamp on the nightstand, a thin layer of dust across the dresser, and yet faint echoes, whispers curling around the edges of perception, soft, almost teasing laughter. Step by step, my pulse hammered in my ears. Rational thoughts tried to anchor me. Motel, empty room, no guests. Step by step, I reminded myself. Safe, observation, control, but the room moved. Not physically, exactly. Objects weren't where I remembered placing them. A magazine that had been on the nightstand was now on the floor. A coffee cup I didn't recall seeing slid slightly when I looked away. Step by step, I realized my eyes were betraying me, or the room was patient, deliberate, aware. I held the flashlight tight, beam trembling, the floorboards groaned softly, though I hadn't stepped yet. Step by step, a shadow shifted along the far wall. Not mine, not human, too tall, too thin. Step by step, I blinked. Nothing. Step by step, I exhaled, trying to force calm. Exhaustion, fatigue, overactive imagination. Step by step, I told myself again, routine check. Safe, observation, control. The whispers grew, step by step, curling around the edges of hearing, delicate, teasing, patient. Words I didn't understand, or perhaps words I couldn't bear to comprehend. Step by step, I moved closer to the dresser. Step by step, objects shifted again. Magazines stacked differently. A lamp slightly tilted. Step by step, I realized this wasn't ordinary movement. Not wind, not vibrations. Something alive, watching, testing. Step by step, I turned toward the bed. Shadows pooled beneath it. Step by step, I forced myself to look. Nothing, yet I felt their eyes. Patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I told myself it was a trick of the light. Step by step, I tried to reason, but my hand shook, flashlight trembling. Step by step, I realized I could feel a presence pressing from all directions, subtle, deliberate, aware. A laugh, soft, childlike, almost, but distorted, stretched, echoing. Step by step, it rolled across the walls, curling in the corners, pressing into my chest. Step by step, I realized the room wasn't just empty, not just alive. It was aware of me. Step by step, it was waiting, patient, deliberate, measuring. I tried the radio. Static, whispers underneath, faint at first, then unmistakable. Words in my voice, my own tone, stretched and warped. Step by step, my stomach twisted. Step by step, I realized the room was mimicking me, feeding on me, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I told myself, it's just nerves, fatigue, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the laughter returned, curling closer. Step by step, I moved toward the bathroom, the tiles cold under my boots. Mirror fogged slightly, though no heat or water had touched it. Step by step, fingerprints appeared, small, smudged, as if someone or something had been pressed against the glass. Step by step, I tried to rub them away. Step by step, they remained, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I realized the room remembered. It held traces of something unseen, lingering. Step by step, I stepped back into the main room. The bedspread had shifted. Step by step, the lamp on the nightstand had moved again. Step by step, I realized I could not trust my own eyes. Every glance brought change. Every moment of inattention, the room rearranged itself. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I understood I was not alone, not fully. Something occupied the space, unseen, intangible, but undeniably present. Step by step, I tried to leave. The door, ajar when I entered, was now fully closed. Step by step, I gripped the handle. Cold, smooth, solid. Step by step, I pulled. Locked, not by a key, not by force. Step by step, I realized the room did not want to leave. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, my pulse raced. Thoughts scrambling. Step by step, I whispered. Routine check. Observation. Control. Safe. A shadow moved along the ceiling. Step by step. Stretched impossibly long. Curling at the corners of the walls. Step by step. I realized it wasn't attached to anything physical. Step by step, I exhaled sharply, trying to anchor myself in logic. Step by step, the whispers returned, circling, teasing. Step by step, every object that had been still now shifted again. The room moved with me, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I banged on the door, voice echoing against the walls. Step by step, nothing outside responded. Step by step, only laughter and whispers replied. Step by step, I realized the room had trapped sound too. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I pressed my back against the door, knees shaking. Step by step, I could hear my own breath distorted, echoed back into space. Step by step, I realized the room mirrored everything about me. My panic, my fear, my voice. Step by step, it multiplied it. Step by step, I tried the radio again. Static, whispers beneath. Step by step, words formed, warped into my own voice. Don't leave, stay. Step by step, I stumbled backward. Step by step, I realized the room had chosen words for me. Patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the shadows stretched lower, creeping across the carpet, curling around my boots. Step by step, I knew I had been marked. Step by step, I forced myself forward. Step by step, toward the bathroom. Step by step, nothing had changed. Step by step, everything had shifted. Step by step, the room's presence pressed closer. Step by step, I felt it coiling around my mind, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I whispered. Safe. Observation. Control. Step by step, the words fell hollow. Step by step, I realized it didn't care. Step by step, I stumbled to the bed. Step by step, shadows lifted slightly, twisting toward me, pressing impossibly close. Step by step, I felt the floorboards pulse beneath my feet, subtle vibrations, alive, waiting. Step by step, I realized I was no longer moving freely. Step by step, the room guided me, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I understood that leaving had never been an option. Step by step, I pressed my hand against the wall. Step by step, the wallpaper seemed to ripple under my palm. Step by step, the whispers grew louder, circling, echoing my own panic, twisting it. Step by step, laughter joined, faint, distorted, patient. Step by step, I realized the room wasn't just aware. It fed on me. Step by step, measured me. Step by step, mirrored me. Step by step, I tried to call it out. Step by step, the radio spat only static and whispers. Step by step, I screamed, voice raw, echoed back to me in dozens of warped tones. Step by step, the shadows stretched lower, curling closer. Step by step, I realized I could not leave. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, the room waited. Step by step, I sank to the floor. Step by step, flashlight beam trembling, trying to pierce the fog of shadows. Step by step, I realized nothing about this room was normal. Step by step, objects, light, shadow, sound, all were deliberate. Step by step, I understood I had entered a space that knew me. Patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I knew it would not let me forget. Step by step, I whispered to myself. Routine check. Safe. Observation. Control. Step by step. Step by step, I realized it didn't matter. Step by step, I was marked. Step by step, patient. Deliberate. Aware. Step by step, the unseen tenants of room 13 had begun. Step by step, I would never see it as empty again. I don't remember exactly when the panic started. One moment I was checking room 13, the soft whispers curling around me, the faint laughter teasing the edges of perception. The next, I realized I was in the room I'd entered, or maybe the room had changed. The walls stretched farther than they should have. Step by step, the corners of the ceiling extended upward, curling impossibly into shadow. I reached for the door, handle cold under my hand. Step by step, I pulled, locked, not by key, not by force. Locked. I stepped back, flashlight beam trembling, scanning the room. Nothing had moved, except it had. Shadows pooled where none should be, dark and thick. Step by step, they shifted, curling along the walls toward me. Patient, deliberate, observing. I checked the window. Step by step, the glass disappeared, replaced by darkness stretching beyond comprehension. No reflection, no streetlight. Step by step, the motel beyond had vanished, leaving nothing but void pressing against the edges of the room. Step by step, I realized I was trapped. Not physically, not yet, but the space itself had taken shape around me. A cage, patient and deliberate. Step by step, I tried to speak over the radio. Static, the same faint whispers beneath, low and warped, twisting my own voice into words I hadn't said. Step by step, I backed toward the far wall. Step by step, the shadows thickened. Step by step, I realized that the room was aware of me. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, my pulse raced, chest tight. Step by step, I reminded myself. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, it fell hollow. I moved toward the bed, searching for a clue, anything to anchor reality. Step by step, I realized the bed had grown longer, stretching impossibly across the room. Step by step, I blinked. The dresser appeared farther down the wall than before, as if the room itself reshaped with my every glance. Step by step, I understood I was not walking through a fixed space. Step by step, I was walking through its design. Patient, deliberate, observing. The whispers grew louder, circling me, curling along the walls. Step by step, I felt the vibrations beneath my boots, subtle at first, then undeniable. Step by step, it pressed closer, wrapping around my legs, around my mind. Step by step, the laughter returned. Distorted, unnatural, patient. Step by step, I realized it wasn't coming from any single direction. Step by step, the room itself seemed alive, aware, feeding on my fear. Step by step, I approached the door again. Locked. Step by step, I pressed my shoulder against it. Nothing. Step by step, I realized this wasn't just a door. Step by step, it was part of the room, and the room had no intention of letting me leave. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, panic bubbled up, raw and insistent. Step by step, I tried to steady my breath, try to remind myself of observation, control, safe. Step by step, the words felt meaningless. Step by step, I turned toward the corner. Shadows pooled thicker there, twisting, stretching along the walls. Step by step, I saw figures, vague, indistinct, but undeniably humanoid. Pressing closer, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, they had no features, only presence. Step by step, I realized they mirrored me in subtle ways, posture, movement, even fear itself. Step by step, I understood the room was teaching me to notice, to respond, to fear. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. I backed toward the bed, flashlight trembling. Step by step, the shadows moved with me, curling closer with every step. Step by step, the air grew thick, heavy with a faint scent of smoke or rot. I couldn't tell which. Step by step, I realized I could feel it pressing against my skin, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I whispered to myself. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, the whispers replied, warped, twisting, echoing my own voice back at me. Step by step, I froze. Step by step, I saw the bed stretch again, impossibly long. Step by step, I stepped back, and the dresser elongated. Step by step, I blinked and the room shifted, corners curling in on themselves. Step by step, I realized it wasn't following physical rules anymore. Step by step, it was alive. Step by step, aware, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I tried the window. Gone. Step by step, I shouted. Step by step, the voice returned to me, warped and layered, dozens of me screaming back at once. Step by step, the shadows pressed closer. Step by step, I realized I was no longer just inside a room. Step by step, I was inside something else. Patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the walls breathed with me, coiled around me, waiting. Step by step, I sank to the floor, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. Step by step, the beam trembled as I swept the room. Step by step, the shadows leaned closer, curling along the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Step by step, I realized I could not see an end of space. Step by step, the room had extended beyond what my eyes could comprehend. Patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I tried to anchor myself. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, I forced my gaze to the corner again. Step by step, figures hovered, patient, deliberate, mirroring me in every twitch, every glance, every tremor. Step by step, I realized the room was alive and the figures were extensions of it, feeding on my panic, guiding me, learning me. Step by step, I understood I was its subject. Step by step, I tried to move forward. Step by step, the shadows followed, stretching impossibly. Step by step, I realized the door I had tried was gone. Step by step, the walls curled inward, stretching into infinity, pressing around me. Step by step, I understood escape was an illusion. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I felt my own heartbeat echo through the floor, measured, tracked, mirrored. Step by step, I whispered to myself. Routine check, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the shadows laughed. Step by step, the walls pulsed. Step by step, the figures leaned closer, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I realized the room had trapped me not physically, but mentally, stretching reality itself to bind me. Step by step, I shivered. Step by step, I pressed my hand against the wall. Step by step, it rippled under my palm, as if alive, breathing with a slow pulse. Step by step, the whispers rose, circling my head, teasing, echoing, shaping my fear. Step by step, I realized the space was not fixed. Step by step, it was deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, patient. Step by step, I understood. It had planned this. Step by step, the room was never empty. Step by step, I sank against the bed. Step by step, the shadows curled tighter. Step by step, I realized even my breathing was mirrored, warped, observed. Step by step, I whispered again. Safe. Observation. Control. Step by step, the words dissolved in the air, meaningless. Step by step, I realized the room was aware of me in ways I could not perceive. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I shivered. Step by step, I knew it would wait. Step by step, I knew I could not leave. Step by step, I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the whispers. Step by step, the laughter curled closer. Step by step, every object shifted, moving as I looked away. Step by step, I realized the room fed on my fear, measured it, and multiplied it. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the walls stretched infinitely. Step by step, the shadows leaned closer. Step by step, I understood I was trapped. Step by step, locked in. Step by step, I whispered my last words to myself. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, the shadows curled closer. Step by step, the walls extended. Step by step, the figures leaned in, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, the room waited. Step by step, I realized I would never see reality the same way again. Step by step, I understood the room had claimed me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, locked in. It starts quietly, at first, Just the hum of the monitors and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. The clock ticks too slowly, or maybe I'm just noticing it too much tonight. Another long, empty night shift. Nightly drudgery. Step by step, hour by hour, I've grown used to the quiet. Most of the calls are nothing. A false alarm, a door left ajar, a car alarm wailing in the distance. Step by step, the world outside feels distant, disconnected. Then it starts. That one call, soft and tentative. Almost casual, almost like a mistake. A voice I can't place. No badge, no number, nothing familiar. Just there. Step by step, I listen. Hello, I say. Nothing but static. Not even a hiss. Just emptiness, thick, pressing against the edges of my ears. Step by step, I write it off. Step by step, I remind myself. Night shift. Weird calls happen. Step by step, routine check. Step by step, safe. Observation. Control. But then the voice returns. Soft, deliberate, almost shy. Yet familiar in a way that makes my skin crawl. Step by step, it mimics patterns I know. My cadence, my tone. Step by step. It repeats fragments of my own words back to me. Step by step, my stomach tightens. Step by step, I tell myself it's a prank, a loop in the system. Step by step, I remind myself, observation, control, safe. The next call comes minutes later, or hours. I can't tell anymore. Step by step, the static carries whispers underneath, faint, curling, teasing. Step by step, I recognize a pattern. Each call is slightly different, each voice echoing fragments of previous calls. Step by step, I realize it's aware, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I feel the weight of it pressing in around me. I log the calls mechanically, trying to focus on procedure, but my mind drifts. Step by step, I notice connections. Names, addresses, missing persons. Step by step, I see the pattern of terror taking shape. Step by step, I recognize locations I've driven past on patrol. Places I've thought empty, quiet, mundane. Step by step, the realization creeps in. It's following a path. Step by step, I start to feel it closing in. Step by step, another call comes in. Breathing, slow, deliberate, shallow. Step by step, it fills the room, curling around the monitors, pressing against my ears. Step by step, I hear words, low and distorted. You're next. Step by step, I choke, trying to tell myself I'm imagining it. Step by step, the whisper becomes clearer, and the phrase curls into my own voice. Step by step, I realize I'm not imagining it. Step by step, I feel the presence of something unseen, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I check the records. All normal. Names, locations, nothing extraordinary on paper. Step by step, I compare notes in my head. Step by step, the pattern repeats. Step by step, the missing, the abandoned, the silent cries. Step by step, the voice mimics me, echoes me, repeats me. Step by step, I realize the terror isn't outside. Step by step, it's in here. Step by step, it's learning me. Step by step, I try to steady my hands. Step by step, I take deep breaths. Step by step, I tell myself, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the monitors flicker. Step by step, shadows curl across the edges of the screens. Step by step, I realize they move independently, reacting to my gaze. Step by step, I understand it's not just sound. Step by step, it's shaping the environment around me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the room itself seems a pulse. Step by step, I notice the humming of the fluorescent lights twisting, bending. Step by step, the hum becomes low, vocal almost, stretching into words I can't parse. Step by step, I feel it pressing against my chest. Step by step, my vision blurs slightly, and the edges of the monitors ripple, stretching out. Step by step, the voice curls from the speakers into the air, surrounding me. Step by step, I realize I am no longer alone. Step by step, I log another call. The number is untraceable. The location, my own station. Step by step, I repeat the procedure mechanically, heart hammering, pulse sharp. Step by step, the whispers echo around me. Step by step, the voice grows clearer. Step by step, it says my name. Step by step, I feel the room contract slightly, the air thickening. Step by step, I know I am being watched, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I try to distract myself. Step by step, I move to another console. Step by step, the monitors flicker again. Step by step, I glimpse my own reflection in one, twisted, distorted. Step by step, I see my face, exhausted, tense, but behind it, something wrong. Step by step, I blink. Step by step, the face disappears. Step by step, I realize the voice is mimicking me. Step by step, every gesture, every sigh mirrored back. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I write notes. Step by step, the pen trembles in my hand. Step by step, I can hear the laughter again, curling from the edges of a station. Step by step, it's faint, teasing, impossible to locate. Step by step, I know it's real. Step by step, I try to stand. Step by step, the floorboards creak beneath my boots, though I'm the only one here. Step by step, I realize the sound is orchestrated. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the whispers return. Step by step, they mimic not just my voice, but my thoughts. Step by step, I hear fragments of my own inner monologue repeated back to me. Step by step, it warps, twists, echoes endlessly. Step by step, I feel my chest tighten. Step by step, I remind myself. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, it presses closer. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, another call comes in. This time, silence, except for breathing. Step by step, I recognize a rhythm. It matches mine. Step by step, the room seems to breathe with me. Step by step, I realize my heartbeat echoes against the walls, mirrored, amplified. Step by step, the pattern forms. Step by step, each call, each whisper, each shadow outside my perception links into a chain I cannot break. Step by step, I understand I am part of it now. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I try to turn off the monitors. Step by step, the screen flashes. Step by step, the voice grows louder, sharper. Step by step, it says, I see you. Step by step, I feel a weight pressing down, something unseen leaning into the edges of the station. Step by step, I realize the voice isn't just over the line. Step by step, it's inside the space, inside me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, I sink into my chair, trying to breathe. Step by step, the whispering continues. Step by step, each syllable curls around my ears. Step by step, I realize the pattern of terror is complete. Step by step, it is observing, learning, guiding. Step by step, I can feel it stretching through the cables, the walls, the air. Step by step, I know I will never hear a simple call again without feeling it. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, the night drags on. Step by step, calls continue. Step by step, each one strange, unnatural, impossible to trace. Step by step, I log them mechanically, pulse pounding, sweat gathering at my temples. Step by step, I feel the presence more keenly with each passing hour. Step by step, I understand. It is patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, it is waiting, always. Step by step, I whispered myself. Routine check, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the words echo back, distorted. Step by step, the monitors flicker. Step by step, shadows curl in the corners, teasing, reaching. Step by step, I realize the pattern is not ending tonight or ever. Step by step, I am part of it now. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, nightly drudgery is no longer mundane. Step by step, it is terror. Step by step, it is watching. Step by step, it is patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, I am trapped. Step by step. It started as a whisper on the line. Soft, almost indistinct, buried under the static. I leaned closer to the receiver, thinking maybe the speaker was far away. Maybe a prank, maybe a glitch. Step by step, I realized it wasn't just a voice. Step by step, it carried a weight I couldn't place. Step by step, it sounded familiar. I frowned, shivering despite the fluorescent hum overhead. Step by step, the words twisted into tones I'd heard before, words spoken by officers I'd worked with or used to work with. Step by step, my pulse quickened. Step by step, I recognized the cadence of someone gone, someone missing. Step by step, I realized the calls weren't random. Step by step, they were deliberate, tracing a pattern I was only just beginning to understand. The first voice came clear, calm, measured, almost eerily collected. Step by step, it said my name. Step by step, it recited the exact route that officer had taken on their last shift. Step by step, I felt my stomach twist, a cold weight settling. Step by step, I jotted notes, trying to rationalize coincidence. Step by step, the voice lingered in my mind long after the line went dead. The second call followed minutes later, or maybe hours. I wasn't sure. Time had begun to blur. Step by step, another missing officer, another voice. Step by step, it repeated details only someone inside the station would know. Step by step, I realized a pattern. The call predicted the next disappearance. Step by step, I felt the floor shift beneath me, figuratively, as if reality itself was giving me a warning. Step by step, I leaned back in my chair, trying to breathe. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, I felt how hollow the words had become. Step by step, the third call arrived. Step by step, the voice sounded closer, as if it were in the room with me. Step by step, the monitor flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Step by step, the whispers layered under the words, repeating phrases I hadn't said aloud. Step by step, the room seemed to pulse, syncing with the rhythm of my own heart. Step by step, I realized I was being studied. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. I ran through the station logs, trying to anchor myself. Step by step, the missing officer's files matched the sequence of the calls. Step by step, I noticed patterns in times and locations, in the way the calls crescendoed before each disappearance. Step by step, I understood it wasn't just imitating voices. Step by step, it was predicting, guiding, shaping events. Step by step, I realized I was next in the sequence. Step by step, fear coiled in my stomach. Step by step, I reminded myself, observation, control, safe. Step by step, my pulse mocked me with its rhythm. Step by step, the forecall came. Step by step, the voice didn't just speak. Step by step, it repeated my own thoughts before I had fully formed them. Step by step, it described my movements in the station. Step by step, I froze. Step by step, I realized it wasn't just a recording or a prank. It was aware. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, observing. Step by step, patient. I tried to call another officer. Tried to get someone on the line. Step by step, the line was dead. Step by step, the monitors flickered and warped. Shadows pooling in corners that shouldn't exist. Step by step, I caught glimpses of shapes moving just beyond my vision. Step by step, I blinked. Step by step, they vanished. Step by step, I understood the room itself, or maybe the station, was part of the pattern. Step by step, I realized I couldn't escape observation. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I logged the calls mechanically, trying to keep my hands steady, trying to anchor reality. Step by step, the voices began to layer, overlapping, speaking in cadences I couldn't follow. Step by step, each one mimicked not just the missing officers, but fragments of my own voice, my own thoughts. Step by step, I realized the whispers weren't just auditory, they were shaping perception. Step by step, I questioned whether the room was really still, or if it moved when I wasn't looking. Step by step, fear twisted in my chest. The fifth call arrived suddenly, without warning. Step by step, the voice imitated my own. Step by step, it predicted my next movement. Step by step, I froze, staring at the receiver, unable to move. Step by step, it described my routine, my shift, even what I'd been thinking before the call arrived. Step by step, my pulse jumped. Step by step, I whispered. Observation, control, safe. Step by step, the voice repeated it back. Slower, warped, deliberate. Step by step, patient. Step by step, aware. I tried to rationalize. Step by step, recordings, echoes, mimicry. There had to be a logical explanation. Step by step, wires, glitches, someone in the building playing a game. Step by step, I told myself, control. Step by step, observation. Step by step, safe. Step by step, the room shifted slightly. Shadows elongated along the walls. Step by step, the monitors flickered. Step by step, I knew the logic was enough. Step by step, the presence was aware of me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I realized the pattern was complete. Step by step, the voices weren't just mimicking, they were tracking. Step by step, they were rewriting reality around each disappearance. Step by step, I felt the walls of the station press inward. Step by step, every sound became amplified, every shadow elongated. Step by step, I understood I was part of the sequence now. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. I tried to speak aloud, to assert control. Step by step, I said names, locations, numbers. Step by step, the voices repeated them back, warped, distorted, layered on top of each other. Step by step, I felt my mind crack under the pressure. Step by step, I realized the calls weren't coming from a line. They were coming from somewhere beyond me, from somewhere patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, the whispers curled around the edges of my consciousness. Step by step, I couldn't escape them. Step by step, I attempted to block the monitors. Step by step, the flickering continued. Step by step, shadows danced independently of light sources. Step by step, the voices layered again, each one predicting the next event, each one guiding the terror. Step by step, I shivered. Step by step, I felt it feeding on my fear, calculating, learning. Step by step, the station became an extension of the pattern. The calls extending through wires, walls, and air. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I whispered to myself. Routine, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the words twisted back in distorted tones. Step by step, each syllable replayed fragments of my own thoughts. Step by step, the next disappearance in the pattern became inevitable, its echo curling around me. Step by step, I realized my own actions were anticipated. Step by step, every movement, every blink, every breath mirrored. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, I sat in the chair, gripping the receiver like a lifeline. Step by step, the shadows stretched toward me, pulling along the walls. Step by step, the voices grew louder, layering on top of each other. Step by step, each call echoed fragments of the missing officers. Step by step, each prediction drew me deeper into the pattern. Step by step, I realized I was already inside it. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, observing. Step by step, I whispered again, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the voice repeated it back, warped, deliberate. Step by step, the monitors flickered and hummed. Step by step, the station itself seemed to pulse, in sync with my own heartbeat. Step by step, the calls continued, impossible to trace, impossible to escape. Step by step, I understood I was no longer just listening. Step by step, I was being listened to. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, trapped. Step by step, the night dragged on. Step by step, each call predicted the next disappearance. Step by step, each voice was familiar, mimicking, learning. Step by step, The shadows press closer, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, I realized the pattern would not end, that the terror was not random. Step by step, I would be next. Step by step, step by step, step by step. The bell rang, low and metallic, slicing to the hum of the monitors. Step by step, the shift changed, the night staff leaving, fading into the streets beyond the station. Step by step, the chatter, the clicks of keyboards, the soft hum of voices, the normal sounds of routine vanished. Step by step, the silence swallowed everything. I glanced at the clock. Step by step, the numbers glared back at me, unblinking. Midnight. Step by step, the last officer had stepped out, the last patrol gone. Step by step, I realized I was alone. Step by step, alone in the stillness, in the metallic center of the station that always felt like clean steel and faint fear. Step by step, I should have felt relief. Step by step, I felt unease. Step by step, I checked the monitors. Nothing unusual. Step by step, the static hummed softly, a background as I had grown used to. Step by step, I reminded myself. Control, observation, safe. Step by step, the hum shifted slightly, subtle enough that I thought I imagined it. Step by step, I realized it wasn't static. Step by step, it was a whisper, curling from the speakers, curling around the edges of the room. Step by step, I leaned in closer, gripping the desk. Step by step, my pulse at my ears. Step by step, a voice emerged. Soft, almost casual. Step by step, I froze, recognizing the timbre, the cadence. Step by step, it wasn't coming from a line. Step by step, the sound wasn't through the monitors. Step by step, it was in the room itself. Step by step, each syllable whispered from the vents, the walls, the floor beneath my boots. Step by step, it said a name. Step by step, my name. Step by step, the hair rose along my arms. Step by step, I swallowed hard, trying to tell myself it was imagination. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. I rose from my chair. Step by step, I took the long corridor toward the back office. Step by step, the voice followed, murmuring, echoing, repeating my own thoughts in fragments. Step by step, each syllable curled around my ears like smoke, twisting with intention. Step by step, I realized the calls weren't just coming through wires anymore. They were inside the building, inside the air, inside me. Step by step, I felt it learning me, watching me, tracing my rhythm. Step by step, the walls themselves seemed to shift slightly, stretching, elongating. Step by step, I reached the back office. Step by step, the lights flickered, as if unsure of my presence. Step by step, the monitors blinked in tandem, showing loops I didn't recognize. Step by step, corridors I had never seen reflected on the screens, stretching infinitely, impossible geometry. Step by step, I noticed shadows moving beyond the edges of the camera angles. Step by step, I realized they weren't human, or at least not anymore. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. I tried call for backup. Step by step, my fingers trembled over the phone. Step by step, the line was dead. Step by step, the emergency channels were silent. Step by step, the silence wasn't comforting anymore. Step by step, it was oppressive, alive, pressing against my ears, my chest, my thoughts. Step by step, I realized I was completely alone. Step by step, I realized the station had changed while I wasn't looking. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I heard the first set of footsteps. Soft, deliberate, echoing off walls that should have been empty. Step by step, I spun, searching, scanning every corner. Step by step, there was nothing there. Step by step, the sound circled, impossible to locate, following, anticipating. Step by step, I realized the sound wasn't just auditory, it was spatial. Step by step, it warped perception, bending the room around me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, the whispers grew louder, layered, overlapping. Step by step, they spoke names, names of officers long gone, missing, forgotten. Step by step, The air thickened, curling around me like smoke, constricting, guiding. Step by step, I understood that each disappearance had left a mark here, in this station, in this space. Step by step, it was tracing them, and now me, step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I moved toward the main office. Try and keep calm. Step by step, the hum of fluorescent lights warped into low voices, murmuring fragments of conversations I'd had. Step by step, the chairs shifted slightly, shadows curling along the edges of my vision. Step by step, every surface seemed to breathe, pulsing subtly, alive in a way that shouldn't exist. Step by step, I realized the station itself was part of the pattern. Step by step, patient, deliberate, aware. Step by step, the monitors flickered again. Step by step, I glimpsed corridors I had never walked, rooms that couldn't exist, doors opening into endless darkness. Step by step, the shadows moved along the walls, independent of the light sources. Step by step, I realized they weren't following physics. They were following me. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I tried to block the monitors, to anchor myself, to find something familiar. Step by step, the voice twisted again, echoing not just sounds, but intent. Step by step, it mimicked my movements, my breathing, my thoughts. Step by step, I realized it was inside me now, inside the rhythm of my mind, the pulse of my heart. Step by step, it whispered, "You're next." Step by step, I froze. Step by step, my hands gripped the desk, knuckles white. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I heard doors creak open elsewhere in the station. Step by step, the sound came closer. Step by step, the footsteps multiplied, impossible to track. Step by step, I tried call out. Step by step, my voice felt trapped in my chest, warped, swallowed by the room. Step by step, the whispers repeated my words before I could form them. Step by step, I realized escape was an option. Step by step, the station itself was aware. Step by step, patient, deliberate, observing. Step by step, I backed toward the supply room. Step by step, each step echoed and multiplied, warped. Step by step, the shadows lengthened, stretching along the walls and ceiling, curling toward me, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, I realized I wasn't the only presence in the room, though nothing was visible. Step by step, the voice whispered fragments of my own internal monologue, distorted and mocking. Step by step, I shivered. Step by step, I tried to focus on the monitors, hoping to find rationality in the screens. Step by step, I noticed my reflection, twisted, fragmented, eyes wider than my own, movements slightly delayed. Step by step, I realized it wasn't my reflection. Step by step, it was a version of me inside the station, trapped, mirrored, aware. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, observing. Step by step, the footsteps circled again. Step by step, I realized the calls weren't just predicting, they were orchestrating. Step by step, the missing officers, the strange patterns, the silence after the bell. They had been waiting, preparing, guiding. Step by step, I understood I was inside its plan now. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, trapped. Step by step, I whispered to myself, trying to anchor reality, observation, control, safe. Step by step, the words echoed back, warped, layered, mocking. Step by step, the station pulsed again, lights flickering in rhythm with my heartbeat. Step by step, I realized the building itself had become alive, an extension of the calls, the voices, the terror. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, I sank into the chair, trying to breathe. Step by step, the shadows twisted closer. Step by step, the monitors blinked endlessly. Step by step, the voices overlapped, each one a missing officer, each one predicting the next, each one observing me. Step by step, I understood that the silence after the bell wasn't peace. Step by step, it was awaiting. Step by step, patient. Step by step, deliberate. Step by step, aware. Step by step, trapped. Step by step,